Chapter 720. After making the arrangements with Dulles Gerard, Jiang Hai returned to the villa and rested for a while. After lunch, he left home and went to the town. The reason why he did not go with Edouard Anderson and Robbins Garcia was that he had to rush to 3 different places, and the places they were originally going to were different. He could find them when it was time. Jiang Hai drove his self-driving car to the town of Winthrop. Winthrop was still quite influential in China, especially in the circle of the capital. Although it was not a very fashionable place, it was a small rural town in the United States. If you wanted history, you could eat food. If you wanted to go to the sea, you could go to the sea. You could also participate in the cultural and shopping activities here. Winthrop indeed attracted a large number of tourists. Very few people came in the winter, but after spring came, there were a lot of people. Some people who were not short of money directly regarded the town as their second home. They rented a house in the town for a long time. It was not expensive. It was about 2,400 yuan a month. About $400 a month could rent a 2-story villa facing the sea, with flowers blooming in spring and a lawn. Of course, it was really small. It was less than 200 square meters, but it was a good life. At least the people here liked it. There were many rich people in China now. Some old people and young people liked to come here. The food here was good, and the prices were much cheaper than in China. The living conditions were good, and the air was almost free of pollution. Under such circumstances, the only problem was the language barrier, which also limited more people to come and stay for a long time. As for staying here for a long time, it was necessary to change the tourist visa. Speaking of which, there were many kinds of tourist visas. If one stayed for a long time, one could apply for a B2 tourist visa. The duration of this visa was divided into 3 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and a permanent visa. Of course, it was unlikely to apply for a permanent visa. But 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years could still be applied. For example, if one wanted to see a doctor, or if one's daughter or son got married and was about to have a baby, the elderly could come and help take care of it. But generally speaking, it was easy to apply for 3 months and 1 year visas. The other ones were a little troublesome to review. When Jiang Hai drove over, he could see that there were many Huaxia people in the town at this time. They were taking photos, chatting, or on their way to restaurants, horse ranches, and the beach. It was very lively. Because there were a lot of people, Jiang Hai's car wasn't very fast. His car wasn't as eye-catching as his shield. Thinking about it, Jiang Hai's car didn't usually come here many times. So, no one really recognized it. He drove slowly all the way to the town hall. Jiang Hai also parked his car here, then walked in. But as soon as he walked in, he saw Sh20 Clive coming out from inside. When she saw Jiang Hai, her face showed a trace of surprise, then some surprise, but then there was no trace of anger. "What are you doing here?" Listening to her stiff words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little confused. How did he offend her? I'm looking for Mayor Wallace to talk about the expansion of the surrounding ranches and fisheries." If it was an ordinary love master, he would say that he was looking for her at this time, but unfortunately, Jiang Hai was not, so although he was a little confused, he still told her the truth. When she heard Jiang Hai's words, Sh20 Clive couldn't help but be stunned. "The mayor is in the mayor's office, you can go in and find him." After that, Sh20 Clive was about to go out, but fortunately, Jiang Hai was not stupid. He grabbed her hand at the critical moment and then looked at her with some confusion. Even if there is no such relationship between us, we should be considered friends. If I did something wrong, you can tell me, I don't like to be so mysterious." Looking at Sh20 Clive, Jiang Hai said with some doubts. He thought about it carefully. He really didn't know how he offended this girl. It's so strange. You didn't offend me, let go. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH20 Clive rolled her eyes at Jiang Hai and said in a deep voice. I won't let go unless you tell me what I did wrong. Looking at SH20 Clive, Jiang Hai also showed a childish temper and said with a serious face. If you don't let go, I'm going to call security. Hearing Jiang Hai's shameless words, SH20 Clive couldn't help but glare at him and say loudly. Hearing her words, a lot of people looked over, including a lot of security. But when these people found out that the conflict was between Jiang Hai and SH20 Clive, they all shrank back. First of all, this happened to Jiang Hai. Just like what Jiang Hai said when he turned against them, Jiang Hai was their god of wealth, their savior. How could they dare to interfere with Jiang Hai's business? Second of all, because they knew some of the stories between Jiang Hai and SH20 Clive, what did other people's business have to do with them? Seeing that these people saw her situation, but none of them reached out to help, SH20 Clive stared at Jiang Hai with hatred. Ha, have you eaten yet? Seeing that these people ignored him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile, and then said to SH20 Clive. I've eaten. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH20 Clive still stared at him and said. Then. I'll treat you to coffee. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai said to SH20 Clive. This time, he didn't give her a chance to refuse. He directly pulled her out of the town hall, went to the coffee shop across the street, and then stuffed her into a private room. After SH20 Clive arrived, although she still looked angry, she didn't make a scene. Cappuccino, I remember you like this. Now you can tell me what I did wrong. You know, I have a slow reaction. If you don't tell me, I'll never know. After waiting for a cup of coffee and a drink, Jiang Hai pushed the coffee in front of SH20 Clive and asked her carefully. Hearing Jiang Hai's words and seeing his actions, SH20 Clive glared at him and picked up the coffee. To be honest, when SH20 Clive faced Jiang Hai, she really didn't know what to think of him. At the very beginning, SH20 Clive was the most likely person to become the mistress of Jiang Hai's manor. She also thought so and did so. Even after having Delina and Marion, they didn't stop her from dating Jiang Hai. However, after that accident, she found out that Jiang Hai had a wife in Huaxia. According to Jiang Hai, it was only a contract marriage, not love, and he was ready to divorce her. However, perhaps because of the little princess in her heart, she decided to stay away from Jiang Hai before Jiang Hai divorced her. However, because of this decision, she became further and further away from Jiang Hai. In her eyes, Jiang Hai was a very likable man. On one hand, he was rich. On the other hand, he had a good heart and was very responsible. He didn't have a strange temper and was very easy to get along with. Although sometimes he was a little childish and didn't have much social experience, these didn't prevent him from being a good husband or boyfriend. Back then, it was impossible for SH20 Clive not to be moved by Jiang Hai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left Jiang Hai's house so late at night. However, her decision did push Jiang Hai away. It turned out that Jiang Hai was used to being passive. When she took the initiative to leave his world, he would not make a move to persuade her to stay. Instead, he would silently stand in place. If you went back to him, then he would accept you. If you did not go back to him, then you should keep your distance. SH20 Clive once thought of going back to Jiang Hai. However, when she went back again, she found that Jiang Hai's side, which used to be empty, was occupied by others. She couldn't even be with Jiang Hai because of Qi Li, let alone so many people. So from that moment on, she felt that it might be good to just be friends with Jiang Hai, but people were like this. When there was a person in her heart, she would always subconsciously compare him with this person when there was another person by her side. However, it could be said that there was only one Jiang Hai in the world. Other people weren't called Jiang Hai. Therefore, she really didn't know when the knot between SH20 Clive and Jiang Hai could be untied. You really don't know why I'm angry. SH20 Clive looked at Jiang Hai and calmed down. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai shook his head. He really didn't know. Let me remind you about karma. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't seem to be playing dumb, SH20 Clive said a name. Karma. Your sister. I met her a few days ago, and then she wanted to see the underground race car, so I took her to see it, but in the end, we didn't see it. I sent her back very early and watched her walk into the dormitory building with my own eyes. Is there a problem? As soon as Karma Cliff's name was mentioned, Jiang Hai remembered, but after checking, he didn't find anything wrong. You still have the nerve to say that the underground race car is a place where a girl like her should go. How dangerous is it? Hearing Jiang Hai admit this matter, SH20 Clive couldn't help but say loudly. You're right, that's not a place where good people go. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai subconsciously wanted to refute, but after thinking about it in his mind, he realized that it was indeed not a good place. You're really a rascal, you admit your mistake very quickly. SH20 Clive didn't think that Jiang Hai would admit his mistake so easily. Originally, she thought that Jiang Hai would quibble, but she didn't expect him to admit it directly, which really caught her off guard. That place is really not a place where good people go. I know this. There is no need to have a conflict with you. If you don't say it, I won't take her there in the future. Of course, if I see her going, I will stop her. After all, we are friends. Smiling and taking a sip of the drink in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Hai's smiling face, SH20 Clive was really angry and funny. You bastard, you really are a bastard. The more she looked at Jiang Hai's smiling face, the more uneasy SH20 Clive's heart became. After looking at him hatefully, she stood up with her bag and walked out quickly. Hey, what's wrong? Seeing that SH20 Clive was angry again, Jiang Hai said with some helplessness. It's nothing this time, you delayed me from going out to work. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, SH20 Clive, who was walking to the door, stopped for a moment, bit her lip, and after saying this, she pushed the door open and walked out. After watching her figure get into a blue Ford car, Jiang Hai smiled. In fact, even if he was dull when it came to relationships, he knew that SH20 Clive was still interested in him. But just like what SH20 Clive thought, Jiang Hai also knew that she was not the kind of person to share with others. However, Jiang Hai had unknowingly gathered so many people around him. Asking him to leave these people and go find SH20 Clive, Jiang Hai knew that he couldn't do this, so he could only wait and see if SH20 Clive would come back by herself. But judging from the current situation, there was still a line between him and her, but this line was not enough to make her come back, it was that simple. After drinking the drink and paying the money, Jiang Hai set off again and went to the mayor's office. When he entered, he saw Mayor Wallace talking on the phone. Seeing Jiang Hai come in, he gestured to Jiang Hai to wait, then pointed to the sofa opposite him. Jiang Hai sat down first. Seeing a book on Mayor Wallace's desk, Jiang Hai casually picked it up. Originally, he just wanted to casually flip through it, but as soon as he opened the book, Jiang Hai was attracted by what was written inside. You're about to turn Winthrop upside down, why do you have time to come here? Tell me, why are you here? Just as Jiang Hai was reading the book, Mayor Wallace suddenly asked him with a smile. Where did you buy this book? Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai also raised his head and looked at Mayor Wallace in front of him. Jiang Hai asked somewhat anxiously. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace glanced at the book in his hand. Is there a problem? Chapter 721. This is a book. Every bookstore sells it. Mayor Wallace said with some doubts as he took the book from Jiang Hai's hand. This book is actually a very ordinary esoteric book, titled The Secret of Nazi Madness. In fact, it is about some esoteric actions in Germany during World War II. Among them, there are two most famous ones. One is the Aryan underground city. It is said that after World War II, some Germans fled to this place. They built Aryan City under the ice of the Antarctic continent, where the elites of the Germanic race lived. After World War II, the United States once sent a fleet to search for these people. They carried out the airborne plan, but this plan was eventually forced to stop. Legend has it that it was because they encountered the elites of Germany. However, no one knows whether this is true or not, but this Aryan underground city has always been the focus of discussion on TV and the internet. The other story is about the Tibetan area of Huaxia. Because some things are not allowed to be written, it can only be briefly introduced. According to legend, in the Tibetan area of Huaxia, there is a cave called Shambhala Cave. This cave is the axis of the world. There is endless energy hidden in it. Of course, Jiang Hai does not know what kind of energy it is, but he knows that if there is no such thing as martial arts and internal force in this world, then what is said in the book is naturally false. But what Jiang Hai noticed most is that whether it is Aryan City or the virtual Shambhala Cave, there is a badge, a dragon-shaped badge, the same as the one he saw in the cave of the ancestral dragon. What the hell is this? Looking at the book in front of him, Jiang Hai's heart is not calm. In fact, Jiang Hai does not care too much about his current wealth. Although it is important, the most important thing is his golden finger and his life. Looking at the two badges in the picture, Jiang Hai frowned deeply. What? You want to see it? If you want to see it, take it away. This thing is not worth much. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still thinking, Mayor Wallace couldn't help but smile, then he shrugged and said to him. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai did not refuse. Although he can buy another book, he really wants to read it now. Of course, he still remembers his purpose here. By the way, Uncle Wallace, I did come back to discuss something with you. Looking at Mayor Wallace, Jiang Hai put away the book and said to him. Hearing that Jiang Hai really has something to say, he can't help but look at him seriously. I'm going to expand my manor. Whether it's the pastures or the fish farm, I'm going to expand everything. Looking at Mayor Wallace, Jiang Hai also explained his purpose here. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace also fell into deep thought. It doesn't matter if you want to expand this. The area near the sea to Cod Bay is under the jurisdiction of Winthrop. And because you also know that the fishermen here don't have the habit of raising fish, it's all ownerless land. You can buy it, but the price may be slightly more expensive than when you came. After all, the town has been developed. I can sell it to you, but the land. Speaking of this, Mayor Wallace shook his head. There is no way to make the decision there. Winthrop has less land and more people. After all, it is still within the boundaries of the Boston region. Although it is not as prosperous as the city, there is no ownerless land. Basically, all the land has been opened for horse ranches and farms. Mayor Wallace can't make a decision about these ownerless land. I know. I'll buy as much as the ocean is big. As for the land, I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Mayor. Can you help me ask if they have any intention of selling? If they do, I'll definitely give them a reasonable price since they're all from the same village. Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai also smiled and said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace also nodded. Since Jiang Hai has decided to expand, it is also a good thing for him. When the time comes, he will have to pay more taxes. After talking with Mayor Wallace for a while, Jiang Hai got up and left. However, he did not return to the manor. Instead, he went to his car and read the 2 books he brought back. He carefully looked at the things in the books. Because he always had a faint feeling that the badge was exactly the same as the one in the cave of the Zulong. If it was really the same, then he might have to find a way to find this cave in Aryan City, although he himself felt that it was somewhat unreliable. According to the book, the earliest history of Aryan City was in December 1946. At that time, World War II had just ended, and the United States had become the new leader of the world. At that time, the Americans had always suspected that the German Chancellor was really dead. After all, they could not be 100% sure that the body they obtained was that person. Therefore, they launched a global search. Finally, in 1946, they found something wrong in Antarctica. In December, the Secretary of the United States Navy, James Forrest, sent a large fleet of 40 ships and aircraft to Antarctica. The fleet included the Navy's flagship, the Mount Olympus, the aircraft carrier, the Philippine Mercenary, maritime aircraft carriers, submarines, destroyers, icebreakers, tankers, transport ships, and so on. This special force was composed of more than 1,400 sailors and crew members. The ship also carried 3 dog sledding teams that specialized in traveling in the ice and snow. The United States Navy took documentary videos of this expedition, and later, it was even made into a movie called Secret Land. The ground team equipped with tractors, explosives, and various tools was responsible for building an airborne base in Antarctica called Little America. It was a small airstrip in the ice and snow that could allow 6 R-4D aircraft and 2 seaplanes to land smoothly. After the base was built, they took advantage of the 3-month summer in Antarctica to conduct a survey. Although they found many strange phenomena, they did not find anything more. They only found warm lakes connected to seawater, and a plane accident that caused 3 deaths and 6 injuries. Other than that, they did not find anything else. This kind of book was like this. Everything written was vague. It seemed to be very attractive. When Jiang Hai was a child, he liked to watch this kind of exploration program, but when he grew up, he found that these programs were really stupid. This book was the same. Jiang Hai half reclined on the chair and read for several hours, almost finishing the main part of the book. But in fact, nothing was written in the book. No one knew what happened in Antarctica, and no one knew about the caves in Tibet. Unknowingly, the phone rang, which pulled Jiang Hai out of the world of the book. Gently massaging his temples, Jiang Hai opened his eyes and glanced at the caller. It was none other than Edward Anderson. He then looked at the sky outside. Unknowingly, the sky had gradually darkened. It was already past 4:00 in the afternoon, almost 5 o'clock. It seemed that it was the appointed time. Jiang Hai secretly called Mother Dai, then picked up the phone. Sure enough, Edward Anderson was asking if Jiang Hai had arrived. They were already there. I'll be there soon. After informing Edward Anderson, Jiang Hai also started the car and drove to the Sea Warriors. The car quickly arrived at the parking lot of the Sea Warriors. After parking the car, Jiang Hai quickly walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw that the scene was really lively. At this time, there were many people gathered in the Sea Warriors. These people all looked very rough, drinking beer and white wine there, and their relationship was quite harmonious. Edward Anderson's figure was also very conspicuous among these people. Jiang Hai saw him at a glance. At this time, he was obviously the focus of everyone. In fact, the reason why these people gathered here today was entirely because of him. After all, the welfare of Jiang Hai's manor was something that everyone wanted to go to, even though the salary was not very high. Hi, boss. When Jiang Hai squeezed over there, Edward Anderson also saw Jiang Hai and couldn't help but raise his hand and call out. As soon as the word boss came out, almost everyone's eyes looked at Jiang Hai in an instant. After all, the purpose of these people here was to be one of Jiang Hai's subordinates. Looking at these people who wanted to eat him alive, Jiang Hai smiled awkwardly and then walked to Edward Anderson's side. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Almond, the best sailor before me, our marine hero. He is also the owner of this cowboy's song, Al. This is Jiang Hai, my boss." Seeing Jiang Hai squeeze over, Edward Anderson pulled him and introduced an old white man. This old white man was almost 60 years old, his hair and beard were white, and he had a big belly. Although he was a sailor and a marine, Jiang Hai felt that he was more like a businessman. Indeed, this man was indeed a businessman. Almond. When Jiang Hai came here before, Edward Anderson introduced him to him once. He had participated in World War II and was a major in the Navy. He was the captain of a destroyer. The bar they were in now was modified from the destroyer. Before joining the army, he was also a sailor, but later he went into business. And judging from his current situation, he was very good at business. Unlike Jiang Hai, who relied on his golden fingers to make a fortune in a short time, he worked hard to build a business. After introducing themselves to each other, Jiang Hai also shook hands with him. It could be said that they had gotten to know each other. However, whether it was Edward Anderson or Jiang Hai, in fact, they had nothing to do with Almond. He came here just to get to know Jiang Hai, so after a few words of greeting, he left. Jiang Hai and Edward Anderson officially entered today's selection. Of course, Edward Anderson already knew who to choose. After all, they all made a living near Winthrop. There was no need to say much about their standards. Although many people wanted to enter Jiang Hai's manor, in Edward Anderson's opinion, they only wanted the elites. But some things, if you don't ask, how do you know if you have a chance? So, not long after they sat down, many people came over. In the end, a big man came over first and sat opposite Jiang Hai's table. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Hai and Edward Anderson looked at him. The big man was really tall, about 2 meters. The weather in April was still very cold, especially at night. It was basically only a few degrees, even though it was the end of April. But he only wore a short-sleeved t-shirt inside and a denim jacket outside. His explosive muscles were swaying in front of Jiang Hai. It could be seen that this man's complexion was good, and he was very tall and sturdy. He was a good man. "Hey, Edward, I heard that you are recruiting sailors. What do you think of me?" After the big man sat down, he asked Edward Anderson. But when he asked, his eyes were somewhat nervous. Although he was very confident in his skills, he was still afraid that Edward Anderson would look down on him. After Edward Anderson glanced at him, he smiled. "I knew it, Bill. You will definitely come. Welcome." After smiling, Edward Anderson directly stretched out his hand without saying anything. The man named Bill didn't expect to join just like that. He couldn't help but look at Jiang Hai in a daze. "Welcome." Although Jiang Hai was a little surprised that Edward Anderson agreed, he still said with a smile because he knew that Edward Anderson wouldn't cheat him. If he wanted to cheat him, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? After seeing Jiang Hai shake hands with Bill, Edward Anderson was quite gratified. In fact, he also felt that he was a little impulsive. After all, Jiang Hai was still sitting beside him. It wasn't good for him to jump over his boss. But fortunately, Jiang Hai still gave him face, which made Edward Anderson feel that he had a lot of face, but at the same time, he was also somewhat moved. "Ahem, boss, his name is Bill Zephaniah. He's one of the best cowboys around here. I wanted to hire him the last time I came to recruit him, but he went to Europe with those French people. I didn't expect him to come back now. Although Jiang Hai trusted him, Edward Anderson knew that he couldn't betray this trust. So after a little awkward smile, he told Jiang Hai. This Bill Zephaniah was just like him. He was indeed a good sailor. He could sail any kind of fishing boat. Although he didn't know how to fly a plane, he was very good at sailing a fishing boat. His machinery and operation were good at everything. Looking at his size, this guy's strength wasn't inferior to Harriman Fell's. This big guy was also a safety net on the sea. Chapter 722. Sigh, don't talk about those Europeans. Those guys are really shameless. When we boarded the ship, we agreed on a weekly salary of $950, but when we got on the ship, it became $900 a week, and $50 a week. They said it was for food. I've been fishing for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen sailors being paid for food. I really wanted to jump off the ship and swim back, but fortunately, I knew I couldn't swim back, so I let it go. Bill Zephaniah said helplessly when he heard Edward Anderson talk about his experiences in Europe. This is the contract for our manor. You can take a look. Jiang Hai smiled when he heard what he said. In fact, what he said was not only to accuse the Europeans of being unfair, but also to show his loyalty to him. What he meant was that as long as he signed the contract, no matter what, he would fulfill what was written on the contract. Jiang Hai was quite reassured by such a crew member. Of course, if his personality wasn't too good, then Jiang Hai wouldn't have any psychological burden to fire him. This share. After receiving Jiang Hai's contract, the man named Bill Zephaniah looked at it and said with some hesitation. To be honest, $1,000 a week for the first 3 months of the contract was extremely high even in the United States. Moreover, he was very satisfied to be able to work in front of his own house. He was even a little surprised. However, he was somewhat surprised by the cut. Because compared to other fishing boats, he felt that 1% was a little too little. However, Jiang Hai directly gave him 2%, which was 5 times less than the fishing boat with the lowest share. This made him a little puzzled. Logically speaking, he had heard of Jiang Hai before. Everyone in town said that he was a generous person who liked to give benefits to his employees. Why did he only get such a small share in the end? This made him a little confused. Our boss's fish are not caught in the open sea or the high seas, but the fish we buy ourselves. Therefore, the fish we catch are actually only from the fish farm. Of course, sometimes we have to go to the high seas to catch fish. Moreover, the price of our fish is somewhat beyond your imagination. Edward Anderson looked at Bill Zephaniah, who was a little confused in front of him, and said with a chuckle. What do you mean? Bill was still a little confused when he heard Edward Anderson's words, and he asked with some confusion. Edward Anderson heard his words and couldn't help but smile. It means what it means. The only thing I can guarantee is that 2% is much more than 10% of other fishing boats. Bill Zephaniah nodded, then signed his name directly after hearing Edward Anderson's words. You've made a good choice. Seeing him sign his name, Edward Anderson also smiled. Although working here with Jiang Hai was tiring, at least he could go home and sleep every day. He was also close to land, and he could eat whatever he wanted without any danger. In fact, Bill Zephaniah would have agreed to come over with just this and a weekly salary of $1,000. After he signed the contract, Jiang Hai told him that he would go out to sea with the ship tonight to see how his situation was. If it was okay, then he could go back tomorrow to get his things and move in. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bill Zephaniah naturally didn't have any other questions, and happily sat down next to him. Seeing that one person succeeded, the second person went over, but soon, this person stood up and left helplessly. Because he didn't join. According to Edward Anderson, this guy was a drunkard. Although he had a good relationship with them, this guy especially liked to drink and cause trouble. Jiang Hai's manner couldn't tolerate him. One succeeded, one failed, but no matter what, there were two people. This gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Later, more and more people came to ask Jiang Hai if he wanted them. About 3 hours later, there were 4 people standing next to Jiang Hai and Edward Anderson. These 4 people were Bill Zephaniah, who had been introduced earlier, Bennett Rodney, Bauer Rahman, and Carlisle Cotton. Among the 3, Bennett Rodney was a black man whose ancestral home was Congo. In fact, he was related to an NBA star, Mutombo. According to him, he should be a distant cousin. Of course, this relationship was very long, but his physique was about the same as Uncle Mutombo's, which was really scary. He was more than 2 meters tall and had terrifying muscles. Although he was almost 50 years old this year, his physical fitness was quite good. Even Edward Anderson couldn't help but nod at him. This kind of old pal was the person he liked the most. He also knew this person, who was famous in the industry for being a good person. He was clean and had good abilities. He wasn't originally in Winthrop, although his home was here. Usually, he lived in New York and worked in a fish farm in New York. This time, when Jiang Hai was recruiting people, his family specially called him to come back. Naturally, he was successfully selected. The third person was called Bauer Rahman. He was a Norwegian, Caucasian, and was about 1.8 meters tall. He was much shorter than the rest of the group. It could be said that among the 6 people, including Jiang Hai, he was the shortest, but he had a natural aura of the ocean. The fourth person was called Carlisle Cotton. He was also a black man, about 1.9 meters tall, with huge muscles, but his personality was a little shy. However, Edward Anderson knew his standard very well. After recruiting these 4 people, Jiang Hai and the rest left. Jiang Hai still had to go to Cowboy Song, and Edward Anderson wanted to take them to the Manor's Wharf first. There, they were going to go out to sea tonight to see the standard of these people. Of course, Jiang Hai was also going. Basically, he can say that as long as he seriously remembers people, he has a photographic memory, but he has no impression of this person. I used to work for Cartwright Company. When you made a bet with Rosalind Cartwright, I was next to you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Gladstone Narga said with a little embarrassment. Hearing what he said, Jiang Hai was also a little embarrassed. Gladstone is the best cowboy in Cartwright Company and a famous cowboy on our side. Hearing Jiang Hai's somewhat uncertain words, Robbins Garcia also immediately explained, he felt that Jiang Hai shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Indeed, Jiang Hai won't be so narrow-minded. After all, he only stayed in Cartwright Company, not the decision-makers of Cartwright Company. If it was Rosalind Cartwright, then Jiang Hai would definitely not leave him, but a cowboy, there is no need to make things difficult for him, and it has nothing to do with him. Don't say that. When Cartwright Company came to recruit people, the first goal was Robbins, the second goal was Burke, but they didn't go, so I had the chance to go. Hearing Robbins Garcia's words, Gladstone also said with a smile. Cough, since you are the chief cowboy of Cartwright Company, why don't you continue to work there? Their income there must be more than my manor, right? But although he doesn't care, Jiang Hai still asked with some doubts. There is no such thing as a chief cowboy. A cowboy is a cowboy, and the people above the cowboy are the managers. They are the people of the company, so no matter how good we are, the money we earn is still the same. I came to you for the money. Shaking his head with a smile, Gladstone said helplessly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also nodded, so he understood. This was just like some companies. Some people were good at their jobs, while others were just here to make a living, but they knew how to flatter the boss or have some relatives. If they met some open-minded companies, those who were good at their jobs might be promoted. However, most companies calculated their salaries according to their positions. If you were good at your job or weak at your job, as long as you were in the same position, you would earn this. It seemed like Cartwright Company was the same. In fact, thinking about it, Jiang Hai's manner is also like this. In terms of pure cowboy level, regardless of management ability, skill, policy, and so on, Burke Dollar is at the same level as Robbins Garcia. He is much better than Philemon, Harriman, and Bell, but they still earn the same money. Sometimes, technology is just technology, but it is not everything. Well, very good, you are hired. You can come to the manor tomorrow and try to work for 3 months. The weekly salary for 3 months is $1,000. If you do well after 3 months, you will be promoted, and then we will talk about the new salary. Hearing Gladstone's words, Jiang Hai also nodded. Since he can be compared with Robbins Garcia and Burke Dollar here, this person's level is still worth looking forward to. Okay, thank you, boss. By the way, boss, there is one thing I have to tell you. Seeing that Jiang Hai agreed and took out a contract, Gladstone Narga was also very excited. But after signing the contract, he hesitated and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing that he had something to tell him, Jiang Hai was also a little strange. What is it? Before I left Cartwright Company, I heard that Cartwright Company had a connection with some Japanese society. It seemed that they wanted to do something against boss. I'm not very clear about the details. I just heard about it. As for the details, boss, you may have to investigate it yourself. Zhang Tai said. That's right. Boss, you may need to investigate it yourself. Chapter 723. Boss, boss. As the voice sounded in Jiang Hai's ears, he also raised his head in confusion. When he found that the person beside him was Edward Anderson, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then he smiled at him. Oh, what's the matter? Jiang Hai looked at Edward Anderson, who called him. We have reached the designated sea area, they are going to start casting the net. Seeing Jiang Hai react, Edward Anderson couldn't help but whisper. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai looked around and found that many people were looking at him. He couldn't help but smile. Well, let's start. With Jiang Hai's order, Tommy Charles also shouted, cast the net. As soon as he finished speaking, the newcomer, Bill Zephaniah, slowed down the speed of the boat. Then, Bennett Rodney controlled the boom and lifted the fishing net into the sea. On the other side, Bauer Rahman and Carlisle Cotton were busy opening the fishing net and scattering it as much as possible. As the fishing net entered the sea, it instantly became a semi-arc shape blown up by the wind, catching the fish under the sea level into the net. Looking at their skillful movements, Jiang Hai continued to fall into contemplation. Today, he did a lot of things. First, he learned about some badges of Nazi Germany. He must find out about this matter, but not now, he still has a lot of things to do. The second thing is about what Gladstone said to him when he recruited cowboys. In Cowboy's Song, Jiang Hai recruited a total of 3 cowboys. In addition to Gladstone Narga, there were 2 other people named Blake Hill and Eddie Lewis. They were famous cowboys around here. Robbins Garcia also knew their skills. So after confirming the candidates, they also signed the contract. After making an appointment to go to the manor tomorrow, Jiang Hai returned to the manor with Robbins Garcia. In the evening, he took Edward Anderson, Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, and Andrew Christian to the sea to catch fish with the 4 new sailors. It turned out that the level of these sailors was very good. Although they had just started fishing, their movements were very skillful. With 9 sailors, naturally, Jiang Hai's fishing boat would have to be increased by another one. Fortunately, he had already considered this problem. So there were still a lot of places for him to park the boat at the dock. He just had to call Dalton Green of the Ocean Temple. When the assembly was completed, he would send the boat over. This saved Jiang Hai a lot of trouble. After boarding the boat, Jiang Hai had been thinking about today's matter. He was not afraid of Cartwright Company. After all, the current Jiang Hai was not comparable to any company. If they wanted to touch him, it would not be easy. Moreover, Jiang Hai was not an easy person to deal with. But even so, Jiang Hai felt a little passive. It was not that other things were passive, but he felt that his information was too passive. His personal safety was not a big problem, but if the other party wanted to deal with him officially, it would be a little troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai raised his eyebrows. He was thinking about how to solve this problem, but it seemed that this problem was not easy to solve. The night was quiet. When the sun rose above the sea level the next day, Jiang Hai and the others had also finished catching today's fish. However, these sailors still needed to work hard. When the fishing boat returned to Jiang Hai's dock, 2 modified F-750s had been waiting there for a long time. These 2 cars were now mainly parked at the dock and would not be parked in the parking lot. The fresh fish were divided according to the ratio and loaded into different pickup trucks. Marin Rupert, who had rested for the night, and Tommy Charles, who had slept in the second half of the night, drove away. The 4 new sailors were also ready to go home. That night, whether it was Jiang Hai or Edward Anderson, they were quite satisfied with the skills of the 4 sailors. This was especially true for Bill Zephaniah. His sailing skills were not bad, and he was especially fast and strong when he was fishing. It seemed that Edward Anderson did not admire him for no reason. Now that everything was ready, after handing over the safety of the sailors' accommodation to Edward Anderson, Jiang Hai rode his 4-wheeled motorcycle back home. Of course, before he went back, he also went to the stable to see his Xiao Xia. Although little Xia had fully grown up, to be honest, there were not many opportunities for him to appear. After all, Jiang Hai usually rode a 4-wheeled motorcycle in the manor. Little Xia was very troublesome to ride. He had to get a saddle and a rein, and after he was done, he had to unload it. It was really troublesome, so Jiang Hai almost rarely rode this little guy. But as long as he had time, he would still take him around. After taking care of Xiao Xia, Jiang Hai directly returned to the villa. On his way back, he deliberately lightened his footsteps. This was because he knew that at this time, the people in the villa had not yet woken up. Although it was lively just now, it was actually still very early. The sun rose very early in Winthrop. Basically, in June or July, the sun rose at around 3:00 in the morning. But because it was only the end of April, the sun rose at around 4:00. After Jiang Hai finished everything, it was not even 5:30 when he came back, so he had to lighten his footsteps. After entering the villa, Jiang Hai did not go back to his room. Instead, he took a shower in the bathroom on the first floor. In fact, he could go to the hot spring outside to take a shower, but it was quite troublesome to take a shower in the hot spring. He planned to take a shower on the first floor and then go upstairs to sleep. Otherwise, with the fishy smell of the sea breeze and the sweat from moving the fish in, the smell was really not very good. But just as Jiang Hai was taking a shower, he saw Azelina coming in with a yawn. After glancing at Jiang Hai in the bathroom, she did not care and directly sat on the toilet next to the bathroom. After a while, there was a sound of water splashing. Among the women in Jiang Hai's manor, except for Delina and Marian, who more or less knew to hide from Jiang Hai, the others were completely unaffected by Jiang Hai. It was said that foreigners respected privacy, but Jiang Hai did not see this at all. In Jiang Hai's villa, They were often seen walking around in the villa without underwear, only wearing thin pajamas on the outside. Sometimes, after buying new clothes, they would directly change in the living room in front of Jiang Hai and the others. Sometimes, they would suddenly run out of the room and ask what vests they wanted to wear today. At first, Jiang Hai did not know what to do, but now he was used to it. Usually, he was also very happy to take advantage of them. Sometimes, when Jiang Hai was at home, he would directly pull the girls next to him into his arms. Well, except for Delina and Marion, he would do it to satisfy his craving. If he felt it, Jiang Hai would return to his room in the beginning. But recently, he would basically find a place where there were other people and directly. For example, behind the stairs, inside the kitchen, inside the bathroom, among the girls in Jiang Hai's villa, except for Qi Jia who was more domineering and Qia who was more shy, including Ai Xiaoxi, Feng Yunchen, Aphrodite, and Dana, all of them were quite wild. They did not even mind performing in public when they were aroused. Such a life. Jiang Hai could only say that it was really cool, although it was a bit shameless to say so. Have you finished examining those fishermen? Are they reliable? After the sound of running water stopped, Azalina flushed the water, glanced at Jiang Hai, took off her nightgown, walked to Jiang Hai's side, took off the showerhead, and washed her bottom. At the same time, she said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai's hands touched the two places she had just shown, and at the same time, he answered her. Not bad, very good. Feeling Jiang Hai's movements, Azalina did not resist. Instead, she deliberately took a step forward so that Jiang Hai could feel more comfortable. Jiang Hai had long known her thoughts, but Jiang Hai had never done it with her. Although she had done it with her hands and mouth, except for that, she had never completed the last step. Then why do you seem to have some worries? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina asked with some doubts. How should I put it? I do have some headaches. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also sighed. Let's talk about it. Seeing that Jiang Hai was indeed troubled, Azalina also finished showering at this time. She simply wiped her body and came out naked without putting on clothes. Jiang Hai also did not put on clothes because his clothes were full of the smell of fish. He planned to go back to his room on the second floor naked, but now, he could talk to Azalina. After the two arrived at the sofa in the living room, Azalina asked Jiang Hai to sit on the sofa while she knelt in front of Jiang Hai. There was no need to say what she was going to do, because if she described it, her book would be banned. Tell me about it. After looking up at Jiang Hai, Azalina began to get busy. Jiang Hai felt her service and also told her about his troubles. He really needed to have some forces of his own. At the very least, he would know who was trying to harm him. His current protective force was good, but the other forces were almost zero. Jiang Hai nodded his head and said, "All right. All right." He doesn't want to be a leader of the underworld or something like that, or to dominate the neighborhood. He is just an ordinary person who has a lot of wealth and makes people jealous, so he needs to learn to protect himself. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina couldn't help but speed up. With Jiang Hai's soft shout, Azalina also stopped. After swallowing something, she stood up again and sat next to Jiang Hai. Then, she asked Jiang Hai to lean on her and massage his shoulders with both hands. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly said, "Brother Jiang Hai, you're right. Actually, if you want to recruit people to do these things, I may have a way." Looking at Jiang Hai who was enjoying in front of her, Azalina said slowly. "Oh. Tell me about it." Hearing that she had a way, Jiang Hai was also a little surprised. "As you know, I came from that organization. Although I escaped, now that I have your protection, no one dares to find trouble with me. As far as I know, there are many girls like me in that organization. Originally, they were trained for assassination, espionage, and other missions, but now, the organization situation is not very good. They want to sell these girls. If you are interested, you can buy some. I can guarantee their loyalty, including their souls and bodies, and I can help you solve the problem that is troubling you now. Seeing that Jiang Hai was a little moved, Azalina slowly said. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai, to be honest, was a little tempted. But considering that there were too many women around him, he couldn't help but frown. These were all very troublesome things. Don't worry, they are all the most professionally trained. They won't give you any trouble, and it's okay if they don't live here. Otherwise, how can they help you collect the information you want? Looking at Jiang Hai's frown, Azalina had already guessed his thoughts and said directly. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai looked at her with some doubts. Ahem, I met people in the organization a few days ago. After listening to Jiang Hai's words, Azalina also explained the situation. Although Azalina had defected, she had always been worried that the people in the organization would not let her go. Therefore, she had been very careful to collect information about the organization. A few days ago, she found out that someone in the organization who was familiar with her had come to Boston for a mission. She went to meet her. Of course, the necessary concealment and disguise still existed. After meeting, the people on the other side knew of her existence and knew that she was under Jiang Hai. As for why the people in this organization did not kill her, it was mainly because this organization was Ulan's KGB, not Soviet Russia. Not to mention killing her, Soviet Russia could even kill Jiang Hai, but Ulan could not. They did not dare to provoke an American billionaire. So even if they knew that Azalina was in Jiang Hai's manor, they did not dare to do anything. They just pretended that there was no such person. Chapter 724. After learning that this was how the organization viewed her, Azalina was also a little confused, but for her, this was the best result. The organization would not trouble her, and she could stay by Jiang Hai's side. There was nothing more wonderful than this. Then this person also talked about the current situation in the organization. In fact, before she defected, the organization was not doing very well. People who recently read the international news knew that the recent situation in Ulan was not very good. Although it was a Western country in Europe, to a large extent, this country was still not as good as the developing Huaxia. The current forces in Ulan were a tripartite balance of forces, the government's forces, the Soviet Union's forces, the opposing forces, the forces of the United States and other European countries, and so on. The whole of Ulan was in a mess, and there were conflicts and demonstrations everywhere. The Committee of State Security, KGB, of Ulan, which was originally a national institution, had become a redundant unit at this time. Everyone wanted to control it and use it to assassinate people from other forces, but everyone was also afraid of it. The government, which nominally controlled it, saw the current situation. This was a double-edged sword. Instead of not knowing whether to kill the enemy or hurt themselves, it was better to get rid of it. So the government decided to disband the organization. After all, the people in the organization were all elites, and the people in this country were going crazy from poverty, so they decided to auction off the valuable agents. These agents were men and women, but they were basically young, about 20 years old. They wanted to see if the rich people of other countries were interested in taking them away. Originally, people like Jiang Hai were not qualified to be invited. After all, although he was rich, his social status was not very high. After all, he was just a cattle farmer. But since he already knew about it, there was no problem if he wanted to go. Azalina would take care of these small problems. As for why Azalina asked Jiang Hai to go, according to Jiang Hai's guess, it might be because she was familiar with the organization. But he did not care about such narrow-mindedness. After all, she would not harm him, and she would help him solve the loyalty problem of those people. When is the auction? After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai raised his head and asked Azalina. May 20th, after thinking for a while, Azalina told Jiang Hai a time. Hearing this time, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. She was really shameless. An auction and a confession date. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai shook his head and sat up. Then he pulled Azalina over, his hands constantly rubbed some parts of her body, turning them into different shapes. Azalina didn't speak, she didn't make a sound, she just looked at Jiang Hai. If Jiang Hai wanted her now, then she wouldn't resist at all. In fact, she didn't resist since a long time ago, but Jiang Hai didn't make a move on her. She was different from Afra and the others. They needed to use their bodies in exchange for the right to live here. She was also different from Feng Yunqin, Ai Xiaoxi, Qi Jia, and Qi Ya. They could become the owner of this place. And she was Jiang Hai's bodyguard. Anyone could be replaced, but it was impossible for her. So she did not care about Jiang Hai's actions, and she would not resist Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai could do whatever he wanted. In front of him, she would not hold back. Then you arrange it. After these people are done, I will go to Europe. I don't feel at ease leaving Delina and the others here, so I will go with everyone. After attending the banquet in Europe, we will go there for the auction. Looking at Azalina's appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. He patted her small belly and said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina nodded seriously. It could be seen that she was quite happy that Jiang Hai agreed to go. Just like what Jiang Hai thought, there were indeed some people she was worried about. Of course, she wouldn't have a sister or something like that, but she would certainly have a lot of good friends. They trained together since childhood, killed people together, and grew up together. Now that she had escaped, she didn't dare to imagine that she would be able to save those girls. But now, that terrifying organization was about to disintegrate. This was an opportunity, a very good opportunity for her. Of course, if she gathered these people, she would naturally train them to be Jiang Hai's most loyal subordinates and Jiang Hai's most loyal dogs. She would offer her soul and body to Jiang Hai. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel that something was wrong with her lower abdomen. She stood up and happily hugged Jiang Hai, then ran back to her room. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai also smiled. This girl was really not suitable to be an assassin, because she was really too kind. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai also returned to his room on the second floor. Looking at the four people who were still sleeping, he hugged Ai Xiaoxi and fell asleep. He was indeed a little sleepy. Although his physical fitness was 4 times that of an ordinary person, logically speaking, let alone a day, even if he didn't sleep for a week, he could still withstand it. But he obviously didn't intend to do it. He wasn't going to test where his limit was, anyway, not now. The morning was silent. When Jiang Hai woke up, it was already noon. Soon after lunch, the 3 cowboys and the 4 fishermen came. After the cowboys came, because they had extra horses, they only needed to let the cattle dog know them. The 4 fishermen also lived in Jiang Hai's villa. For 2 people to live in one room, these people naturally didn't have any objections. What a joke! In other ranches, ordinary cowboys lived in a worker's house with a few people. The room was only about 10 square meters, with a bed, a wardrobe, a set of tables and chairs, and some other things. Unlike Jiang Hai, who had a separate room with a large space, a bathroom for 2 people, a kitchen, a living room, and so on, it was very magical in their eyes. As for the fishermen, there was no need to say anything. One of the main reasons why they agreed to come to Jiang Hai's villa was to live in the back. One must know that when sailing on the sea, the place where the fishermen lived, it was a little beautified to say that it was a big bunk. Basically, they stayed in the dim little cabin, 8 people crowded in one room, the ship constantly shaking, the smell of the sea, the smell of the crew's feet, and the smell of sweat. It was really not a place for people to stay. But in Jiang Hai's villa, because they didn't need to go out to sea, their lives were quite good. They were absolutely satisfied with living there. Which one person didn't live in a whole house? After the arrival of these people, the manor, which was already quite lively, became even livelier. The cowboys joined the team in the afternoon to drive the cattle. Originally, it wasn't very troublesome to drive the cattle, it just took some effort. Now that 3 people joined, it was even easier. According to Robbins Garcia, this autumn, they could buy 30,000 cattle. Or they could try those large cattle breeds. They could buy 10,000 cattle to try first. Jiang Hai just smiled at this. He would think about it when the time came. The fishermen didn't work tonight, so they cleaned up the dock. They were also looking for something to do. After confirming that they would join this morning, Edward Anderson divided them into teams. Marin Rupert had to fly the helicopter to patrol during the day, so this time he was alone. The remaining 8 sailors were divided into 2 teams. Edward Anderson's team, Tommy Charles's team, Edward Anderson's team, Andrew Christian, Bauer Rahman, and Carlisle Cotton's team, and Tommy Charles's team, Eleanor Cece, Bill Zephaniah, and Bennett Rodney's team. There were some differences in the individual strength of these 2 teams, but their overall strength was similar. At present, the new ship hadn't arrived yet. The 2 teams worked according to the standard of 1 team per day. At night, the first team would fish, and the second team would come to pick up the fish and deliver it the next morning. Then they would fish at night. After resting for a day and a night, the first team would come to pick up the fish the next morning and fish at night. This way, it wouldn't be so tiring. Moreover, Jiang Hai's beef was no joke. Supplementing their nutrition wasn't a problem. As for their restless time, a week was enough. Moreover, they could all get enough sleep, which was the most important thing. And even if someone asked for leave, the people of Team 2 would be able to take over, and Marlon Rupert would be able to take over. As for the helicopter, the cowboys had enough manpower now. Don't forget, Belle Luster could fly it. Seeing that the fishery and the cowboys were on the right track, Jiang Hai was relieved. After a good night's sleep, the next morning, he sent Dulles Gerard and Connor Murphy to the airport in Boston, because they were going to Marquette to prepare for the banquet. As for the wine, they also took 10 bottles. These were the samples, and more would be brought by Jiang Hai when he went. At the same time, they also told Jiang Hai that in addition to the Marquette wine competition at the end of April, there was another wine competition in Belgium in May. It was called the Brussels International Wine Competition. Since they had already participated in the Marquette competition, it wouldn't be a bad idea to participate in the Brussels competition. In this regard, Jiang Hai naturally didn't say anything. He agreed because he still remembered what Azelina said to him. On May 20th, they would go to Ulan to save more girls there. Of course, they would be used by him, whether physically or mentally. After sending them away, Jiang Hai also talked to the girls about going to Europe. Naturally, no one objected. The only one of them who had been to Europe was Azelina from Europe, and she had not been to too many places. Although Chi Jia was very rich, she had never been to Europe before. She had only been to Australia and America. She had never been to Europe. After learning that they were going to Europe, everyone was studying the route and packing their own things. It seemed that everyone would gain a lot from this trip. The manor was left to Belle to look after. Robbins Garcia and Edward Anderson would keep in touch with him at all times, so there shouldn't be a problem. So that night, Jiang Hai decided on the candidates. He and Knerson Peters were the two men. Other than them, there were Ai Xiaoxi, Feng Yunqin, Qi Jia, Chia, Delina, Marian, Azalina, Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, Paige, Sheila, Ashiria, Bridget, and Janice. These were 15 women. It had to be said that Jiang Hai's Crystal Palace was getting bigger and bigger. This didn't include Qi Li, Selena Gomez, and Pra Walton, who were in Huaxia. If you counted Pra Walton, then you had to count Cheryl Lee and the others. It seemed that unknowingly, the number of women who had a fixed relationship with him had exceeded 20. Thinking back, he was still a very pure person when he wrote hundreds of thousands of words. Unknowingly, he had become like this. He couldn't help but sigh. Everything was really unpredictable. Their schedule was also confirmed the next day. Their first stop was naturally France. After attending the cocktail party, they were going to spend 3 days in France. Paris was their goal. What Champs-Élysées? Which woman didn't love clothes? Although Jiang Hai's women were not too fierce about spending money, they were still very interested in seeing them. After that, he would go to Italy, Switzerland, Austria, Germany, the Netherlands, and finally Belgium. After attending the banquet in Brussels, Belgium, he would rest there for a while. After that, Jiang Hai would go to Ulan. After the auction, he would return here. Then everyone would leave Europe together and return to Boston. After entering June, the originally busy Jiang Hai could relax a little. Because there was nothing to do in June and July, until the beginning of August, Jiang Hai could choose whether or not to fish for tuna. At the end of August, this year's grapes should be ripe. They would be busy until October, and winter would come again. However, for this year's winter, Jiang Hai was prepared to find something to do. In this way, their route had been confirmed. The reason why they were not in a hurry to leave now was that Jiang Hai was waiting for Mayor Wallace's reply. Finally, after waiting for 3 days, Mayor Wallace came. He brought 3 pieces of news. One was good news, one was bad news, and one was neither good nor bad. Listening to these 3 pieces of news, Jiang Hai was a little speechless. This old man had learned how to tease people. Chapter 725. The good news was that Jiang Hai wanted to expand the ocean. The state approved it, but the price was not cheap. To be honest, the sea in Winthrop did not have any so-called private fishing grounds. What was different from domestic fish farms was that in China, fish farms were basically farmed fish. If you farmed fish, it would naturally be your territory. If others came to fish it, it would definitely not be allowed. But in foreign countries, basically no one farmed fish. All the fish were wild. If you wanted to catch it, others could also catch it. Unless it was the kind of island owner who bought the island, he would have a specific fishing area that belonged to him. The original fishing area of Jiang Hai's manor was a gift when he bought this land, but he did not expect it to be so valuable now. Since Jiang Hai wanted to buy the sea now, the state of Massachusetts naturally had no reason to disagree. Agreeing to sell the sea was good news, but what the Massachusetts government asked for was neither good nor bad news. Because although they agreed to sell the sea, they did not plan it according to square kilometers, acres, or nautical miles. They directly designated the area outside Jiang Hai's original sea area as the territory that Jiang Hai wanted to buy. If it was calculated according to square kilometers, it would be about 20,000 square kilometers. What a joke! Jiang Hai's sea area was larger than the urban area of Beijing. It was nearly 200 kilometers wide and nearly 100 kilometers deep. According to Jiang Hai's ship, it could run 24 knots per hour at full speed. 1 knot was equivalent to 1 nautical mile. 1 nautical mile was equivalent to 1 852 kilometers, which was equivalent to less than 50 kilometers per hour. If it kept going forward, Jiang Hai would need more than an hour to sail out of his own fishing ground. This time, if he wanted to sail to the end, well, it would take more than 3 hours. And this was just sailing in a straight line. What if it was a patrol? Then it might really be a little troublesome. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai could not help but pat his forehead. Actually, it's not that bad. If you really don't lack money, you can give it a try. That's because there's a part of the sea that used to belong to Cape Cod. Every year, a large number of tunas gather there. There are both bluefin and yellowfin tunas. This can be considered compensation. Seeing that Jiang Hai was a little hesitant, Mayor Wallace was also a little embarrassed. Originally, Jiang Hai only wanted to buy about 5,000 square kilometers of sea area, which was the sea area outside their fishing ground. But now, there was an additional circle, but this circle was 3 or 4 times the size of the original fishing ground. It would also cost a lot of money to transform these areas. How much does the state want? And how do they protect my rights and interests? After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai asked Mayor Wallace. The state also knows that it is indeed a little difficult for you to buy such a large fishing ground, so they said that if you buy it, they will give you $10,000 per square kilometer, and they want you to pay in one lump sum. If you pay in one lump sum, they can fight for some benefits for you. For example, you can reduce all taxes on fishing for 3 years. You don't need to pay taxes on buying boats and selling fish. If you buy fish seedlings and aquatic plants, they can provide you with a 5-year interest-free loan, plus a 5% refund. They will set up a Coast Guard station near you to strengthen coastal patrols to ensure the safety of your fishing ground. Hearing Jiang Hai's probing words, Mayor Wallace hesitated for a moment before speaking. But after hearing his words, Jiang Hai's eyes instantly lit up. $10,000 per square kilometer, this price was indeed a little high. If it was in the Gulf of Mexico, $3,000, no, $1,000 per square kilometer, no one would think that it was expensive, especially since this was the sea and not the land. If it was in Winthrop's territory, $10,000 per square kilometer would definitely be a cheap price, but it wasn't too valuable on the sea. And most importantly, it was 20,000 square kilometers. $10,000 would be $200 million. Most importantly, it would be a lump sum. $200 million, this was US dollars. For Jiang Hai, this was a little painful. Of course, the only thing they could reduce was the state tax. He couldn't reduce the 37% national tax, but even if he didn't want the state tax, Jiang Hai could still save a lot of money. That was 5%. Jiang Hai's income from fishing this year alone would be more than $2 billion. Even if it was 5%, it would still be $100 million. With 3 years of tax relief, even if Jiang Hai didn't invest, he could still make it cheaper in these 3 years. He had spent $200 million on the land, and it would be $300 million cheaper in 3 years. This was definitely a good thing. And most importantly, after Jiang Hai buys the sea, he will certainly plant seaweed and raise fish seedlings. After planting the seaweed seed and raising the fish seedlings, Jiang Hai will be able to use it. Then, would he still make the same amount of money next year, or the year after? Would he be able to earn more? If his business became $4 billion a year, it would be equivalent to saving $200 million. If it became $6 billion, it would be equivalent to saving $300 million. In an instant, Jiang Hai's eyes lit up. He wasn't stupid. He knew how to calculate. This wasn't good news, but it was definitely good news for Jiang Hai. Thinking of this, he immediately called Moses Adams. Tomorrow, they were going to knock this thing out. Are you really going to buy it? That's 20,000 square kilometers. Hearing Jiang Hai's call, Mayor Wallace was a little confused. $200 million, plus the money for development, would be almost $200 million. Did Jiang Hai just agree? It's okay. There's an old saying in Huaxia, you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. I know. Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai put down his phone with a smile. This was a big deal. Why wouldn't he agree? Okay, then let's talk about the land. This is the bad news. Hearing that Jiang Hai was determined to buy it, Mayor Wallace didn't persuade him. He also knew that it was useless to persuade him, because Jiang Hai knew what he was doing. Jiang Hai wasn't as stupid as they thought. When they first learned that someone had spent $300 million to buy this manor, they all said, "Who's crazy to buy this thing? Isn't this just waiting to lose money?" But now, who would say such a thing? Everyone knew that Jiang Hai made more than $1 billion a year. Now that he spent $200 million to buy the sea, who knows if he has a better way to make money. It was said that he made a lot of money at the fish industry exhibition a while ago, and he sent out fish every day. But obviously, they didn't know that Jiang Hai's real big money wasn't these fish. After confirming this matter, Mayor Wallace shut his mouth. What's the bad news? Tell me about it. Listening to Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai thought for a while and asked him. If he called it bad news, it seemed that it might not be easy to deal with. I've basically asked those families on the land, but to be honest, none of them are sure to sell. First, it's because now that Winthrop is developing, they can see that their land will be valuable in the future. So, even if the manor wasn't very profitable, they didn't intend to sell it. Second, it seems that one of them is also buying this land. Looking at Jiang Hai, Mayor Wallace said seriously. Someone wants to buy this land. Who is it? Hearing Mayor Wallace's words, Jiang Hai frowned. He knew the first point, but he didn't care because he had money. These manor owners just wanted to use the land in their hands to exchange for some money. The inheritance tax in the United States was extremely heavy, and consumption was encouraged here, so 70% of normal Americans carried some kind of debt. After the old people died, their children didn't have the money to inherit these houses and the debts. When the time came, they would still have to sell it. Now that Jiang Hai directly offered a high price, he could basically buy it all. At most, he could ask for 20% more. He could earn it back anyway. If these manors were combined, if he bought them at 120% of the market price, it would only cost him more than $50 million. And these lands combined were more than 3 times larger than Jiang Hai's manor. In these places, Jiang Hai could sell grass for $1 billion a year. Therefore, even if he increased the price by 10%, he would still be able to afford it. However, when someone raised the price with him, Jiang Hai was somewhat surprised. Who is raising the price? Do they also want to buy land? In the United States, land was actually worthless. Maybe it was because of the different consumption concepts. In the United States, things like houses and land were indeed not very valuable, and not many people would buy them. It seems to be the Cartwright Company. They also want to buy these lands. Seeing Jiang Hai ask, Mayor Wallace hesitated and said. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also understood. He instantly remembered what Gladstone Narja said a few days ago. It seemed that the Cartwright Company and some Japanese society wanted to mess with him. It seemed that they wanted to set up a new farm next to him. This was also their plan, but Jiang Hai was not afraid of this kind of competition. If they had the ability, let them come. Tomorrow, let's go to the sea area to sign the contract, and then I will personally go to these houses to ask. Making up his mind, Jiang Hai smiled at Mayor Wallace, and then said very clearly. Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Mayor Wallace would not say much. After all, this was Jiang Hai's business. Jiang Hai would settle this matter, which was inevitable. Early the next morning, Jiang Hai and Mayor Wallace went to Boston. Today, Moses Adams learned that Jiang Hai had a big business. Naturally, he did not dare to delay and came to the company early. After Jiang Hai arrived, he immediately went downstairs and followed Jiang Hai to the Massachusetts government. The situation in foreign governments was not the same as in China. In the United States or Europe, foreign governments were very cowardly. Not to mention rich people, even if they saw ordinary people, they had to smile. If they wanted to go to the toilet or something, they could go to the city hall. No one would stop them. If this was in China, even if Jiang Hai was a person with tens of billions of yuan, not to mention a mayor, even if he saw an office director, secretary, or something, Jiang Hai would have to bow his head and smile. This was the essential difference between the official standard and the gold standard. After Jiang Hai came here, he explained his purpose. Immediately, the highest official in charge of land management in Massachusetts met with Jiang Hai. After discussing the benefits in detail, there was nothing more to say. The city naturally had lawyers for legal matters, and Jiang Hai handed it over to Moses Adams. Moses Adams was very capable. Not only did he protect Jiang Hai for 3 years, but he also protected the benefits of fishing taxes. Moreover, he also increased the subsidies for fish seedlings from the original 5% to 8%. Although it was only a small amount, Jiang Hai liked to take advantage of this. After everything was discussed, Jiang Hai signed a contract with the city hall. Then, Jiang Hai directly transferred $200 million to the Massachusetts Government Bank. Since then, the large sea area outside Jiang Hai's manor had become Jiang Hai's backyard. It was really a large territory. After negotiating the biggest deal, Jiang Hai also invited Moses Adams and Mayor Wallace to have a meal as a small celebration. Then, Moses Adams went back to work. As for Jiang Hai, he returned to Winthrop. After sending Mayor Wallace home, he thought for a moment about who he should visit. After all, he was about to go to Europe. If he came back and found that the land next to his house had been bought by the Cartwright Company, he would probably feel as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. However, although he had met the people in the neighborhood, his relationship with them was not particularly good. The only one he had a good relationship with was probably old George's family. After all, he had bought horses there, and old George's daughter. So, after thinking for a while, Jiang Hai decided to go to old George's place first. Given their friendship, it was unlikely that old George would fool him. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai started the engine and drove his battle shield to Bob George's horse farm. As soon as the car stopped, he saw Delia George walk out of the house from a distance. When she saw that it was Jiang Hai's car, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She immediately ran over from outside the villa and leaned against the door to look at Jiang Hai. Chapter 726. You're acting like we're having a private meeting. After parking the car outside the door, Jiang Hai also jumped out of the car. Looking at Delia's appearance behind the iron gate, he couldn't help but chuckle. Why does it look like a movie? I'm not here for a date. We're having a private meeting. Why are you here? Delia looked at Jiang Hai with a smile and said playfully. Don't think that she was old just because she worked, but in fact, she was really young. After all, she was only 19 years old this year. In the UA, there was no such thing as a fake age. They all talked about one's birthday, and one's birthday did not count as one's age. It was not as messy as China's age system. Therefore, Delia was really a little girl at this time. It was true that she was young and beautiful. Although her private life was a bit casual, this was the case in the UA, so she was still considered good. Seeing Jiang Hai walk over, Delia also opened the iron gate and said to Jiang Hai, "I'm here to find your dad." "Is he not here?" "There's a family in town whose horse is sick. He went to take a look. He should be back in a while. Come in and sit down, I'll call him." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Delia also smiled at Jiang Hai, then led Jiang Hai into the small mansion. After letting Jiang Hai sit on the sofa to rest, she picked up her phone and called her father, Bob George. "I have some bad news for you. He may not be back in an hour." After putting down the phone, Delia curled her lips and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also thought for a moment. "An hour, it's not impossible to wait, then I'll wait for him for a while. Since it's not that he doesn't want to see me, Jiang Hai can wait for a while. Then what can we do in this 1 hour? We can't keep watching TV." Hearing that Jiang Hai was going to wait, Delia also came over and whispered while blinking her eyes. Listening to her words, Jiang Hai knew what she wanted to do. Sure enough, before Jiang Hai could resist, she had already pounced over and kissed Jiang Hai heavily on the mouth. Her hands were also restless. It seemed that this hour wouldn't be too idle. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiang Hai and Delia were also lying on the sofa, sweating. Delia leaned into Jiang Hai's arms, and the two were connected in some indescribable places. Closing her eyes and feeling the places Jiang Hai touched, Delia's face showed a smile. To be honest, she really liked Jiang Hai, but only for his money and body. Jiang Hai's personality, in the eyes of a pure American like her, was really not very likable. He was too passive. Such a guy was good to play with, but he was far from being a partner. Of course, the most important thing was that she also understood that Jiang Hai would never treat her as a partner. "Phew, I really love you." Raising her head and looking at the comfortable Jiang Hai in front of her, Delia smiled and kissed Jiang Hai's chest, then said slowly. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai also smiled awkwardly. What else could he say about such a topic? Huff huff. At this moment, the sound of an old pickup engine starting came from outside the door. Hearing this sound, Delia's expression changed instantly because she was quite familiar with this sound. "Hurry up and get up, my dad is back. If you don't want to try his double-barreled shotgun, then hurry up and put on your clothes. Oh, and the smell in this room, oh my God, it's terrible." Delia grew up listening to the sound of pickup trucks like this. She knew better than anyone what her dad's car sounded like. Now that the engine sounded, she was sure that her dad must be back. When Jiang Hai heard her words, he immediately jumped up from the sofa and quickly put on his clothes. Fortunately, it was the end of April, and the weather was good and not cold, so Jiang Hai didn't wear much. In addition to his underwear, he only wore a pair of slightly thick outdoor pants, a sweater, and an outdoor jacket. That was all. Compared to Jiang Hai's clothes, Delia's clothes were much more troublesome, especially the vest, which had to be buttoned up one by one. Jiang Hai put on his clothes in a dozen seconds and then began fanning the air in the room with a cushion, hoping that the air would disperse faster. But at this moment, Delia's father had already gotten out of the car and walked into the manor. "It's too late, hurry up." At this moment, Delia had finally finished putting on her clothes. She looked around and saw that the smell was still quite strong. She quickly ran upstairs and quickly took down some flowers. Then, she used a lighter in the room to light them up. In an instant, a very similar smell floated out from the flowers. Ahem, what kind of trick is this? Jiang Hai was still very familiar with this smell after what he had just done. He suddenly smelled it again, which made him a little confused. He couldn't help but look at Delia with some surprise. "What the hell is this?" "Sho." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Delia couldn't help but gesture and then put the flowers on the table. At this moment, Delia's father, Bob George, walked in from outside. He frowned when he smelled the smell in the room, but after seeing the flowers on the table, he smiled and then looked at Jiang Hai with a smile. "Jiang Hai, you're here. What are you standing for? Sit down. Why are you ordering chestnut flowers in broad daylight?" The first half of the sentence was said to Jiang Hai, and the second half was said to Delia. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look at Delia with some confusion. "Isn't it because there are too many mosquitoes here? You didn't change the screens. Really, you have to pay taxes to make so much money, don't you know?" Hearing Bob George's words, Delia also complained to him. Hee, isn't that the money I saved for you? If you find a poor man in the future, I can still prepare some dowry for you. Well, in fact, I want to find you a mother as soon as possible. Forget it, Jiang Hai, let's sit and talk. Hearing Delia's words, Bob George didn't take it seriously. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled awkwardly. This guy really dared to say, "You sit down first, I'm going to change my clothes." Just now, a horse sold by my horse farm had dysentery. I went to take a look and it was covered in horse feces. The smell is very strong. Maybe he felt that Jiang Hai was still there, so Bob George smiled and then went upstairs to take a shower and change clothes. Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. "What's with this chestnut flower?" Pointing to the grass that was still burning, Jiang Hai asked Delia. "This thing repels mosquitoes, and the smell is similar to the smell of your thing. When I was young, my parents would use this thing to trick me. TSK, they really think I don't know." Hearing Jiang Hai's inquiry, Delia sat next to Jiang Hai and said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, this time, it didn't take long before Bob George went downstairs and changed into casual clothes. "Jiang Hai, you've been waiting for a long time. Tell me, what do you want from me?" The Americans didn't like to beat around the bush. Therefore, after exchanging some pleasantries, they directly asked Jiang Hai what he was doing here. They wanted to make it clear to him. "A few days ago, Mayor Wallace should have asked you about it, right? I want to take all the grasslands in our vicinity." Hearing Bob George's words, Jiang Hai thought for a moment and said seriously. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, both Bob George and Delia looked at Jiang Hai in surprise. They didn't expect the rumor to be true. Americans were different from Huaxia. The Chinese were particular about returning to their roots, home, house, and land. These were all things that could bring a sense of security to Huaxia. If the government or developers wanted to buy them, they could arrange a new place to live. If someone came directly to you and asked you to buy your home, you would probably be kicked out. Just like last time, when Jiang Hai returned to Bing City and bought his home, if it weren't for the fact that he paid a lot of money, his family would have beaten him up. But in the United States, people didn't have a strong sense of dependence on land and home, so they didn't care about these things. So now that Jiang Hai said he wanted to buy their home, George and Delia didn't feel hurt. They were just a little surprised. Because they knew how much land there was in the vicinity, and Jiang Hai wanted to buy all the land. That was an astronomical figure. Ahem, Jiang Hai, are you serious? After thinking for a moment, Bob George asked Jiang Hai seriously. Of course, I am very serious. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled, then said to him with a serious face. Logically speaking, this is not my ancestral property, so it doesn't matter if I sell it. We have a good relationship, so I'll be honest with you. You know, the town's tourism has been very good recently. My horse farm is a special place for tourism, and the daily income is a lot. So if you want me to sell this place, I'm a little reluctant. After thinking for a moment, Bob George said seriously. I've also thought about this. I'll buy it, only on this side of my manor. I won't buy the land on the other side of the highway. You can move your horse farm there. I think Mayor Wallace will also give you some discounts, and most importantly, my price should be good, Jiang Hai said to Bob George with a smile. Let's hear it. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Bob George didn't mind moving. After all, as Jiang Hai said, if he only bought this side, it didn't matter. They could move to the opposite side. Let's see if the price was enough to tempt them. The land price in Winthrop is now $1,700 per acre. If I count Winthrop is now a developing area, $2,000 per acre. What do you think? I'll give you another $40,000 for the house. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hai looked at Bob George in front of him and said. His horse farm covers a total of 30 acres. $2,000 per acre is only $60,000. Including his house, Jiang Hai would only give him $100,000. Indeed, in the United States, these places are really cheap. A small horse farm like this, not counting the horses, just the land, a few years ago, it would be lucky to sell for $50,000. So, Jiang Hai's price was indeed not bad. A horse farm was $100,000, and there were many other manors here. Jiang Hai's original estimate of $50 million might be a little exaggerated. Jiang Hai, to be honest, I can't sell at this price. But unfortunately, even if it was $100,000, Bob George still refused after thinking for a moment. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai didn't say anything, because he knew that Bob would have more to say. To be honest, 2 weeks ago, Cartwright Corporation came here and wanted to buy my manor. They first offered $80,000. After I didn't sell, they came again last week and offered $120,000. Although I don't understand why my land is so valuable, friendship is friendship, money is money. I think you know what I'm talking about. Looking at Jiang Hai in front of him, Bob George said in a deep voice. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai was a little surprised. $120,000? This horse farm definitely wasn't worth $120,000. Of course, if the horses were included, $120,000 wouldn't be enough. Bob George's horses alone were worth $200,000. But now, they were talking about the land. 30 acres of land, a small house less than 200 square meters, and a row of stables. It definitely wasn't worth $120,000, but Jiang Hai was a little surprised that Cartwright Corporation was willing to pay $120,000. Let's not worry about the price. I can give you a bottom line. I can afford more than $120,000, but I'm worried that the people from Cartwright Corporation aren't just after you. How about this, Uncle Bob? If you're willing to believe me, I'll buy your manor for $150,000, but I have one request. You have to take me to meet the other people here. We're all from the same hometown, and I definitely won't let you suffer a loss. Looking at Bob George in front of him, Jiang Hai weighed it in his mind. In fact, not to mention $50 million, he could even earn $500 million for this land, but he didn't want to be a sucker. At the same time, he also wanted to know what Cartwright Corporation was up to, but he didn't have time to play with him now. Because he was about to go to Europe, he had to reach a consensus with these people before he went there. Before he came back, the land couldn't be sold. Chapter 727. Attention, all passengers. Our plane is about to land at Charles de Gaulle Airport in France. Passengers getting off the plane, please prepare your belongings. A string of French followed by a string of English echoed in the cabin. Jiang Hai, who was sleeping comfortably in the chair, couldn't help but sit up in a daze. He glanced at Qi Jia, who was still sleeping happily beside him, and couldn't help but gently nudge her and then adjust the chair. Wiping his face, Jiang Hai also made himself more energetic, and then looked out of the window. Unfortunately, there was nothing outside except clouds. After fastening his seatbelt, Jiang Hai casually turned on his mobile phone and looked at it. Mobile phones were allowed on foreign flights, but there was no signal in the air, but you could play mobile games and check the time. After confirming the time, he began to ponder. Thinking about his actions yesterday afternoon, he hoped that those people could understand. Yesterday, Jiang Hai first went to George's horse farm, and then in the afternoon, Jiang Hai and Bob George went to the nearby manors. Sure enough, in the manors near Jiang Hai, all the manor owners had been approached by the Cartwright Company. And the price they offered was, to be honest, a little too high, at least about 20% higher. This made Jiang Hai a little depressed, but he had to spend money to get these places. Not to mention that the original 50 million had become 80 million, even if it became 180 million, he would still buy it. Of course, if it was more expensive, and the other party was willing to pay more than 500 million for these lands, then he didn't mind giving it to them. He made an agreement with them that everything would wait until he came back. Jiang Hai went back to prepare the things they were going to take with them. Today, they boarded a plane and headed to France. In fact, Jiang Hai really didn't have a good impression of France. For others, France was a romantic country. In fact, in Jiang Hai's view, this was a shameless country. Even if it was a marriage between a man and a woman, there was no trace of moral shackles. Often, when people saw each other on the street, they would directly go to a nearby hotel to have a go. Sometimes, when they couldn't hold it in anymore, they would go to the nearby lawn or something. France was the country with the highest rate of having an affair. This was not a joke. Their country was extremely open about things like sex, whether it was men or women, it was the same. Even if they got married, the law didn't specify who was at fault. As long as they got divorced, it was all the man's fault. He had to give the woman money and pay for her care. Therefore, there were many unmarried French men in France, and the women didn't care. Those who were married were also fooling around all over the world. Since men couldn't control women, they would also go out and mess around. It was extremely chaotic. Even between good friends and relatives, that kind of relationship often happened. It was indeed the most secretive country in the world. Most importantly, this country was anti-Chinese. For a patriotic and traditional man like Jiang Hai, he didn't like the people here. This time, if it wasn't for the banquet, he wouldn't be willing to come. Therefore, even if he came, he didn't intend to stay here for long. After the banquet, they would leave Belgium and not return to France. Hey, wake up, we're here. After Jiang Hai sorted out his consciousness, he also called the others. Everyone yawned, stretched, and rubbed their eyes to look around. After confirming that they were really about to arrive, everyone relaxed. As the plane slowly landed, Jiang Hai and the others were ready. After the plane stopped, they walked out of the cabin. However, as soon as they entered the hall, Jiang Hai and the others attracted a lot of attention. Especially those French men, many of whom couldn't help but whistle. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, Qi Jia, Qi Ya, Ai Xiaoxi, and Feng Yunqian looked a little strange because of their different aesthetic standards. However, in these people's eyes, the other women were all beauties. Even Aphrodite and the others were beauties who could score more than 80 points. The most important thing was that their figures weren't ordinary. Their slender waists and plump upper bodies, because they had absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, made their figures comparable to those of supermodels. This made these men, who were in a situation where their hormones were going out of control at any time, quite crazy. But fortunately, they saw Jiang Hai walking in the middle of the women, and Knursen Peters walking behind him. Coupled with the pistol on his waist, they had no choice but to lower their dopamine levels. After all, no one wanted to have a bloody hole in their body while picking flowers. When these whistles sounded, Jiang Hai couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure enough, this was an annoying place. But fortunately, this annoyance didn't last long. When they walked out of the airport, Connor Murphy had been waiting outside for a long time. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others coming out, the Germanic walked over with a straight face. It couldn't be helped. He didn't know if all Germans didn't know how to smile. Connor Murphy really didn't seem to smile much. Even if he did smile sometimes, Jiang Hai and the others would feel that his smile was very stiff. Maybe this was also the style of Germans. Boss, you're here. Seeing Jiang Hai coming over with a group of people, Connor Murphy also said seriously. Are the cars and everything ready? This time I brought a total of 10 boxes as per your request. It should be enough. Looking at Connor Murphy, Jiang Hai also smiled and greeted him, and at the same time, he showed the 10 boxes of wine pulled by the trolley behind him. It's enough. Looking at the wine, Connor Murphy also nodded seriously. It was indeed enough. There were 10 bottles of wine in a box, and 10 boxes were 120 bottles. There was no need to bring so many to a wine party. Half of them were to be used at the Brussels wine party in Belgium. The car is here, let's go. After seeing that there was no problem with the wine behind Jiang Hai, Connor Murphy took Jiang Hai and the others to the nearby parking lot. He had already prepared a luxury bus in the parking lot. Of course, this was rented by them. It was impossible for Jiang Hai, the boss, to not use a car, so renting a luxury bus was inevitable. In addition to the car, there was naturally a driver. Looking at the girls getting on the bus, the driver was a little surprised. Although he knew that these people were not people he could afford to offend, it did not prevent him from looking at them with his eyes. After arranging the wine and luggage, everyone got on the bus together. The bus started, and everyone also headed to their destination, Marquette. France was actually not big. Basically, the countries in Europe, except for Soviet Russia, were not big. A country might not even be as big as a province in Huaxia. France was not much different. France was not considered a territory, but its local area was only 550,000 square kilometers. Huaxia's hometown, Black Dragon Province, was 470,000 square kilometers. It was basically not much smaller than France. What's more, Black Dragon Province was not very big in Huaxia. The whole of France was only so big. If you did not divide it into provinces and directly divided it into cities, it would not look big. It did not have the grandeur of a big country at all, so the regional division of France was not the same as Huaxia, the United States, and other big countries. In France, the administrative divisions were called regions. After the regions were the provinces and towns. This time, Jiang Hai and the others were going to the Burgundy region. Speaking of Burgundy, not many people knew about this place. But this place was still very famous in Europe and the United States. This was because when it came to red wine, France was the first place. France had two major wine-producing regions. One was Bordeaux, and the other was Burgundy. This time, the Marquette wine competition was held at the southern end of Burgundy. Jiang Hai and the others naturally did not go there by train. It was not too far away. Moreover, the roads in Europe were really good. Although the cities were congested, it was very convenient to leave the city. After setting off from Charles de Gaulle Airport, they quickly got on the highway and headed towards their destination. France was not big, but the population was not small. There were more than 66 million people. Therefore, there was not much natural scenery outside the cities. Because there were too many people, there was not much scenery along the way. But there were many man-made things. For example, there were a lot of ranches and manors. There was a lot of rural scenery, but not much natural scenery. After reaching the Burgundy region, the rural scenery changed. After all, this place relied on selling wine to make a living. Therefore, there were wineries everywhere. There were vineyards outside each of the wineries. Many old vines were glowing at this time. But one had to admit that such a rural scenery was quite good. Burgundy was originally a Germanic tribe. They came from Bornholm Island in the Baltic Sea. Around the end of the Tiger of the century AD, these people came to Europe when the barbarians invaded. In 413 AD, the Burgundians established the first Burgundy kingdom in the upper reaches of the Rhine River. However, in 436 AD, it was destroyed by the Western Roman Empire's general, Taius, and the Huns. But speaking of which, this place has a long history and culture. There are still many fun places in Marquette. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a little dull, Connor Murphy, who was not good with words, coughed softly and said to Jiang Hai and the others. Hearing the history he talked about, Jiang Hai and the others also listened. Jiang Hai was quite interested in history. This Burgundy region could be said to be the root of the establishment of France. It was just that the people in this region were more unlucky. Every time a kingdom was established, it would be destroyed in less than a few decades. After being destroyed, it would be established again, and then destroyed again. After all, it was already established in the 4th century AD. Therefore, to the Burgundians, they also had more than 1,600 years of cultural history. It was just a very weak cultural history. Later on, this country was really a little scared and became a territory of France. It did not matter if it was a duchy or something like that. At least it would not be easily destroyed, right? During the Middle Ages in Europe, England and France were famous for being strong. Even at the beginning of the First World War, France was known as the world's #1 army. At least on the ground, there were not many people who dared to go against them. And this world's #1 army had once lost to the Manchus when they were at their best. But the most depressing thing was that even though they had clearly won, the Manchus still lost money as if they had lost. It really made people a little speechless. While listening to the history of this area, Jiang Hai and the others went to Magan. These few hours were not particularly tiring. But after a few hours of plane and car ride, Jiang Hai and the others still felt as if they were going to collapse from exhaustion after arriving at Magan. After arriving at Magan, they checked into a very famous local hotel. Jiang Hai himself was not short of money. Needless to say, he directly rented a floor of the hotel. Everyone had a separate room. After putting down their things, they also prepared to have a good rest. The wine festival would start tomorrow. They had to be well rested today. And Connor Murphy also explained the situation of the competition to Jiang Hai. The wine tasting competition in Magan was completely different from the beef exhibition and fishing exhibition that Jiang Hai had participated in the past. The selection here was a blind selection. There was no so-called exhibition hall, display space, or anything like that that could be used by others to attract people's attention. There were only tables here. Everyone who came to participate could be assigned a place. The participating wines were placed on the tables, but the outside of the wines would be covered with a thick craft paper, making it impossible to see the shape and style of the wine bottle. Of course, the wine cups and the like were also not visible. Then these participants could taste these wines and then give blind scores to these numbered wines. This was the fairest competition. This was also the reason why Dulles Gerard was so confident. After all, Jiang Hai's Soaring Dragon Manor was not famous, and there was no money to be used for public relations and publicity. It was not that Jiang Hai was reluctant, but that Dulles Gerard thought that there was no need to make money yet. And such a blind selection, for him, meant that their wines would not win a prize. That would be strange. Although Jiang Hai didn't know much about wine, seeing how confident Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy were, he also felt full of confidence. Chapter 728. Hugging the naked Chiya in his arms, Jiang Hai let the sun shine on his face, unwilling to open his eyes. Although Jiang Hai generally treated all his women the same, he still had his own preferences deep in his heart. For example, when he slept, he liked to sleep on his side, probably because he didn't have a sense of security. In the past, he used to sleep with a quilt, but now he slept with a girl in his arms. Among all the girls, there were two that Jiang Hai liked to hug the most. One was Chiya, and the other was Ai Xiaoxi. Chiya was like a snow fairy since she was young, and she couldn't be exposed to the sun, which made her body lack calcium. Although she recovered under the nourishment of Jiang Hai's spiritual energy, her body was especially soft, probably because she lacked calcium since she was young. Hugging her in his arms was like a big ball of cotton, but she was still chubby and had her own body fragrance. It was very comfortable to hug and smell, so Jiang Hai especially liked to hug her to sleep. Even when they were doing that kind of thing, Jiang Hai rarely left her body. He couldn't wait to rub her into his arms. Chiya also liked Jiang Hai like this. She also liked to stick to Jiang Hai's side, which made her feel very comfortable. Besides Chiya, the second person that Jiang Hai liked to hug to sleep was Ai Xiaoxi. Ai Xiaoxi was born with a cold body, so when she was young, she had a fever, which was very serious. After absorbing Jiang Hai's spiritual energy and being cured, her body still maintained a cold feeling all year round. Jiang Hai felt very comfortable when hugging her, especially during summer, and when sleeping, it was really comfortable. This was also the reason why Jiang Hai liked to hug them the most. They were also very infatuated with Jiang Hai's embrace, which made them feel extremely safe and convenient. As for what it was convenient to do, there was no need to say much. If he said too much, the editor would find trouble with Jiang Hai again. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Jiang Hai was sleeping soundly, there was a sudden knock on the door. Jiang Hai didn't wake up, but Hilda, who was sleeping in the outermost room, woke up. They identified themselves as Jiang Hai's maids. In addition to the necessary impulses in Jiang Hai, they also needed to do some errands. Hearing the knock on the door, she also stretched, then got out of bed, wrapped a towel around her body, and went to the outermost door of the suite. Looking through the peephole, she saw Aphrodite and Feng Yunchen outside. Seeing that it was them, she opened the door. Jiang Hai hasn't gotten up yet. Looking at the naked Hilda, Feng Yunchen was stunned for a moment after the door opened, then said a little gloomily. Hearing her words, Hilda also pointed inside, then shrugged. Seeing her actions, Feng Yunchen and Aphrodite also walked in, then Feng Yunchen walked into Jiang Hai's room. Looking at the four people lying on Jiang Hai's big bed, she couldn't help but be a little speechless. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere in the room was not right, Qi Jia, who was sleeping behind Jiang Hai, and Paige, who was sleeping next to Chiya, also woke up. When they saw Feng Yunchen, they couldn't help but look at her with some confusion. What's going on? Hey, wake up, Uncle Dulles over there is already done, we're about to set off. Seeing that Jiang Hai and Chiya were still sleeping comfortably, Feng Yunchen couldn't help but pat Jiang Hai's leg and said to him. In fact, Jiang Hai was also in a state of light sleep at this time. Jiang Hai heard everything she said, including her coming in. Jiang Hai also knew, but he didn't want to get up. But now, hearing Feng Yunchen's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh helplessly. After all, he still had business to do today. After letting go of Chia's body, Jiang Hai also sat up helplessly. Feeling Jiang Hai's movements, Chia also woke up from her sleep. Seeing that everyone was awake, Feng Yunchen told them that Dulles Gerard had already finished downstairs and asked them to hurry up. Only then did these people get out of bed again. After washing their faces and brushing their teeth, they hurriedly went downstairs without even eating breakfast. After all, business was the most important thing. After arriving downstairs, Dulles Gerard, Connor Murphy, and other people had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Jiang Hai and the others finally came down, everyone also got on the bus and went to the venue of the Megan Wine Festival. When they were on the bus, Jiang Hai and the others found that compared to yesterday, there were a lot more cars on the streets of Megan today. Megan was a place with rich tourism resources. Leisure squares, historical relics, cultural heritage, food, mellow wine, green vineyards. It could be said that Megan in France was indeed a place that attracted tourists with its rural scenery and history. Especially in April every year, it attracted countless wine lovers who came here from afar to taste the wine. Like the Paris agricultural competition, the Megan competition was also one of the famous wine competitions in France. It had a long history and was well known. The Megan competition began in 1925, but it was not an independent competition at that time. It first appeared in the exhibition called Comité des Foires, French, which was a regional agricultural and cultural exposition. The wine competition was only one of the units, but later, wine occupied a large part of the exposition. So in 1948, the name of the exposition was changed to the Megan Exposition and French Wine Exposition. The competition was unfair and only promoted the wine of the region. It was also a free promotion for the wine of the whole French country. In February 2006, after consideration, the competition was separated from the exposition and became an independent competition. Under the new starting point, the local characteristics of the competition were more obvious, and because of the voting characteristics of the competition, it was a blind vote. This made the wine competition here one of the reasons why many foreign wines were willing to come here to participate in the competition. This was because people were biased. Other than those who worshipped foreign countries, most people were biased towards their own country. If there is almost no difference between two bottles of wine, or the difference is not big, then they will give the wine of their own country a high score. And the wine of foreign countries must have a low score. This is inevitable, especially because Europeans are very arrogant and proud of their own country. So when the Megan competition was established, it was set to be a blind vote. This also made many foreign producers see an opportunity. In terms of red wine, the best red wine in the world is French. The other wines, such as those from Italy and Australia, were all free. If they could make a name for themselves in France, it would be a great promotion for a red wine brand. Every year, many people would come to France to show their red wine. The Megan competition is also very powerful. Basically, among the people who come, 20 to 30% will win prizes. But the gold, silver, and bronze prizes are not certain. Except for the gold prize, the others are basically consolation prizes. With Dulles Gerard's confidence, he came here to get the gold prize. He has no interest in the silver and bronze prizes. After the bus arrived at the destination, Jiang Hai and the others helped to unload the wine in the bus. Then the organizer here came to take the wine and cold it. Then he looked for a machine to specially wrap each bottle of wine. He was determined to make these wines look the same. Waiting for the most suitable time, the wine will be taken out for the tourists to taste. After Jiang Hai and the others took the wine, Feng Yunchen and the others also couldn't sit still. They came here to accompany Jiang Hai to participate in the competition, and also to have fun. They didn't want to be staff here, so after thinking for a while, Jiang Hai asked Azalina and Knerson Peters to accompany them to have fun. It's good to walk around here. Moreover, they can also participate in the voting. Although among hundreds or thousands of people, the votes of these 10 girls may not be of much use, but at least they can guarantee a bottom line, right? Jiang Hai doesn't drink red wine. He can't taste his wine in the end. As for his boss, he stayed with Dulles Gerard and Connor Murphy at the organizer's place. After sitting for a while, the competition began. Groups of people were let in and walked in front of the wine tables to taste the wine. At first, Jiang Hai was a little interested, but later he lost interest. So after looking around, he decided to go out and get some food. He was indeed a little hungry. One must know that he didn't eat anything delicious on the plane yesterday. After getting off the plane, he sat for several hours in the car. After returning to the hotel, he was really tired, but he wasn't too hungry. After eating a simple meal, Jiang Hai and the others went to sleep. Although they didn't do anything, they were really tired and sleepy. In the morning, they didn't eat anything and came here directly. Now that they weren't busy, Jiang Hai felt that his stomach was a little hesitant. After looking around, Jiang Hai decided to go eat something. After talking to Dulles Gerard, he went outside the competition. There were a lot of things to eat there. One must know, what kind of competition was this? Wine competition, except for the fighting nation, few people would drink on an empty stomach early in the morning. In addition, where there are people, there will be business. The competition itself doesn't have a buffet restaurant. Therefore, many hawkers and local residents have found such a business opportunity. They set up a lot of food stalls outside the competition venue. Jiang Hai's goal was to get here. After coming outside, Jiang Hai glanced around and couldn't help but feel that his saliva secretion increased again. In terms of Western cuisine, French cuisine and Italian cuisine were two top-notch branches of Western cuisine. German cuisine was meat, Russian cuisine was fish, and English cuisine was, potatoes, but French and Italian cuisine were indeed not bad. At this time, the stalls outside were basically French snacks, but there were also some Italian snacks. Most of them were crepes. This kind of snack was a traditional French snack. It basically had two flavors, salty and sweet. If you went to a traditional crepe stall, the main meal would be salty crepes, the dessert would be sweet crepes, and the drink would be apple wine, which was popular in France. This thing was just like a sandwich. The outer layer was made of flour, water, eggs, butter, and so on. The inside was a mess of all kinds of things. There were eggs, ham, cheese, mushrooms, sautéed crabs, salmon, beef, and so on. You could eat whatever you wanted, but the quantity and type were different, so naturally, the price was different. In addition to crepes, there were also macarons outside. This was a kind of dessert. Anyway, Jiang Hai didn't like to eat it. There was also panini, which was an Italian fast food. It was estimated that people who like to eat kaifeng in China should be familiar with it. But in fact, panini wasn't a hamburger, but a sandwich. The fillings in the middle could also be chosen. The cooking method was very simple. The things mentioned above were all cheap, €1 or 2. The expensive ones with a lot of extra things could be bought for €3. There was also a more expensive kind of pancake, which was bread and pancakes. The general price was €2 to €5, but if the ingredients were good, it was normal to sell for €10. €10 was equivalent to more than 70 yuan, which was really not cheap. In addition, there were also snails and foie gras rolls outside. He had to admit that the French really liked to eat these two things. But Jiang Hai wasn't too interested in these things, especially snails. He didn't like to eat them. He didn't feel that these things were delicious. If he wanted to eat this kind of food, he could eat bamboo clams and the like. It was delicious and convenient. After walking around outside, Jiang Hai bought 2 crepes and a panini before going back. He found an empty corner in the venue and began to eat. But he didn't notice that 3 figures were coming in from outside. These 3 figures were a man and 2 women. The 2 women were together, talking and laughing all the way, and the man was also very gentlemanly. But what was a little surprising was that these 3 people were all wearing thick sunglasses at this time. There were also a few people in the crowd who unconsciously moved around these 3 people, faintly protecting them in the middle of these people. However, the 3 people who came in were still talking and laughing, but suddenly, one of the women glanced around and saw Jiang Hai sitting in the corner. Then she deliberately took off her sunglasses and glanced at him. She couldn't help but be surprised. Why is that guy here? Looking at Jiang Hai, who was sitting there and eating like a madman, the woman muttered to herself with some doubts. Chapter 729. Who? Hearing the woman's words, her female companion and the man also looked at her and asked with some doubts. Oh, it's nothing, one of our friends. After the woman heard the man's words, she chuckled, then gently pointed to the other female companion. After the woman took a look, she also found Jiang Hai sitting in the distance. Why is he here? Sure enough, after the woman saw it, her reaction was exactly the same as the other woman's. I don't know, but I can go over and ask. Thinking of this, the woman took the other woman to Jiang Hai's side. As for the man, after learning that this person knows them, he thought for a while and followed them. Oh, why is our Mr. Moneybags so pitiful? Eating crepes here. Looking at Jiang Hai sitting there, as soon as she came over, the woman said with a smile. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but look up at her in confusion. There was some confusion in his eyes, then after looking around, he looked at her with some uncertainty. You called me. Looking at this person, Jiang Hai pointed to himself with some uncertainty. Don't pretend to know me, don't tell me you don't know who I am. Looking at Jiang Hai acting so well, the woman on the opposite side couldn't help but be a little angry. This guy didn't really forget about me, did he? Doesn't he pay attention to the entertainment industry? I'm so popular. Ahem, hee hee. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai coughed awkwardly. In fact, with Jiang Hai's memory, it's impossible for him to forget them. Because the 2 women in front of him are very hostile to him. They are Selena Gomez's good friends. When Selena Gomez took him to see the Victoria's Secret show, Jiang Hai knew about the relationship between them. However, in Jiang Hai's opinion, they might not have many opportunities to meet in this life. But he did not expect that enemies would meet on a narrow road. They actually met in France. Yes, Jiang Hai knows the 2 women in front of him. One is the popular actress, Taylor Swift, but Jiang Hai's relationship with her is not very good. The other is also Selena Gomez's good friend, Eli Golding. Why are you here, a big star? Aren't you supposed to be very busy? Looking at the woman in front of him, since he can't avoid it, Jiang Hai will just say it directly. If he is exposed, it will be even more embarrassing. Jiang Hai is most afraid of embarrassment. You're really not up to date with the news. Don't you know that I've come to the UK to try my luck? And Eli is originally British. Looking at Jiang Hai, Taylor Swift said with a proud face, but Jiang Hai found it hard to understand. What is there to be proud of? I'm really sorry this time. I don't read entertainment reports or anything. I don't like listening to music very much. If you act in a movie in the future, maybe I will pay attention to it. After thinking about it, Jiang Hai looked at Taylor Swift and said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Taylor Swift really wanted to bite him to death, but she knew that with Jiang Hai's fearless character, it would be difficult to have any effect on him. "Taylor, wait a minute, is this your friend?" At this time, the man who had been standing behind Taylor Swift hesitated for a moment before deciding to stand up and tentatively ask Taylor Swift. "Well, I guess so." Listening to the man behind her, Taylor Swift hesitated and said to him, "Hello, my name is Tom Hiddleston, I'm also British." Hearing Taylor Swift's confirmation, although the man still had some doubts, he smiled and reached out his hand and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also stood up and shook hands with him. Then he found that he looked a little familiar. After thinking for a while, a name popped up in Jiang Hai's mind. "Oh, hello, my name is Jiang Hai, you are Loki?" Looking at the man in front of him, Jiang Hai asked with some uncertainty. Yes, I played Loki in Marvel. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang Hai to know me." Hearing that Jiang Hai knew him, Tom Hiddleston couldn't help but smile bitterly and said with a smile. Yes, the man named Tom Hiddleston was the villain of Thor 1, 2, and Avengers in the Marvel Universe. He was also the actor of the Nordic god of mischief, Loki. Regarding this person, Jiang Hai still knows him, but in fact, as long as he is an actor, he doesn't want to be labeled as a character. Speaking of which, this person has also acted in a lot of movies, but Jiang Hai really hasn't seen them. "Yeah, I like your role very much, Tom Hiddleston. Hiddleston what?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also stood up, stopped eating the crepe, and said to him with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Tom Hiddleston on the opposite side couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. "Hiddleston. Okay, Mr. Hitler." "Yes, Hiddleston. Mr. Hiddleston. It's Dee Dee." Seeing that Jiang Hai kept calling him Hitler, Tom Hiddleston couldn't help but be a little speechless, but he could see that Jiang Hai wasn't acting. Moreover, it was really easy to call his name wrongly, especially Jiang Hai's accent wasn't quite right. "Well, don't worry about what he's called. You haven't answered my question yet. Why are you here?" Looking at Jiang Hai and Tom Hiddleston in front of her, Taylor Swift couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. How long would this conversation last? She directly cut the Gordian knot. She didn't care what Tom Hiddleston, who was pursuing her, was thinking. Anyway, she directly said it. "The wine produced in my manor is here to participate in the competition. It just so happens that I haven't been to Europe, so I came over to have some fun." Hearing her words, Jiang Hai shrugged. This was not a shameful thing, so he said directly. "Oh, you also produce wine. Aren't you selling cattle and fish?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Taylor Swift couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, I also grow grapes." Nodding, Jiang Hai said with certainty. "What about your wine? We are friends, right? Treat us to a drink." Looking at Jiang Hai, Taylor Swift said with a serious face. Looking at her, Jiang Hai couldn't help but scratch his head. He only brought 120 bottles in total. He still had to attend the grape sprinkling conference in Brussels. He couldn't help but look at Dulles Gerard in the distance and waved at him. Seeing the boss calling him, Dulles Gerard also walked over quickly and came to Jiang Hai's side. As for Taylor Swift, this old man didn't know her. He didn't watch movies or listen to pop music. "Boss, what's the matter?" Although Jiang Hai has a good relationship with his employees, outside, the old-fashioned Dulles Gerard still calls Jiang Hai boss or something like that. In his view, this is a rule that can't be abolished. Jiang Hai saw that he was so stubborn and didn't refuse him. To be honest, it feels good to have someone call him boss. "Is there any extra wine? My 3 friends want to try it." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Dulles Gerard glanced at the 2 women and 1 man in front of him, then smiled and said please wait a moment, and then left. You really look like that. Looking at Dulles Gerard's posture, Taylor Swift couldn't help but think of the nobles in Europe in the past. It seems that those nobles have a butler like this. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hai really has something. After listening to her words, Jiang Hai didn't pay attention to her, but continued to pick up the crepe and eat. The cider also tasted good. Not long after, Dulles Gerard came over with a tray. There were 3 goblets on it, plus a decanter. At this time, there was a lot of red wine in the decanter, which should have been sobered up. Looking at it from a distance, Eli Goulding and Tom Hiddleston's eyes couldn't help but light up. Tom Hiddleston's family conditions weren't ordinary since he was a child. In elementary school, he went to Nudanglong Primary School, and in middle school, he went to Eton College. It should be known that Eton College wasn't a school that could be entered with money. It was the most famous aristocratic school in the United Kingdom. The tuition fee for that year, according to the current era, was less than $1,800,000. In college, he went to Pembroke College at the University of Cambridge to study classical literature. To be honest, if it wasn't for his family's wealth, who would have studied this kind of thing? Therefore, it could be said that he had been exposed to things like top red wine since he was a child. When he saw the red wine hanging on the glass from afar, he was secretly shocked. The quality of the red wine seemed to be quite good. Although Eli Goulding's family conditions weren't very good when she was a child, when she grew up, she was very popular. Of course, this popularity was limited to the United Kingdom, and she had some ambiguous relationship with a British prince. As for how far they had gone, no one knew. However, when they attended some activities together, it was quite ambiguous. With this relationship, she naturally tasted a lot of good wine in recent years, and she knew that this wine was good at a glance. On the other hand, Taylor Swift, to be honest, wasn't a person who knew much about these things. She had lived on a Christmas tree farm since she was a child, so she didn't have much contact with these things. Later, when she became famous and grew up, she used to be a cultured person. However, her main music was still mainly country music. The so-called country music was really not related to these things. As far as Jiang Hai knew, the most famous country music should be that song. My hometown is in this tonnerre. I was born and raised in this tonnerre. Ha! Isn't this country music? Well, Jiang Hai really didn't know about music. This wine looks good. Looking at Dulles Gerard, who came over with a tray, Tom Hiddleston couldn't help but take the initiative to take the tray. This was to show his gentlemanly side in front of others. Then, he poured himself a glass of wine. While smelling it, he gently shook the wine glass. It really looked like something. The 13 bars instantly reached the maximum value. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai really didn't understand these things. Otherwise, with his bad character, he might have exposed something. It's really good. The taste of this wine is mellow, but it's not too stimulating. At this time, Eli Goulding also said softly, is this wine very good? Taylor Swift, who was on the other side, glanced at it and asked uncertainly. It looks good. Try it. Looking at Taylor Swift, Tom Hiddleston couldn't help but smile. Then, he took a sip. Then, his eyes unconsciously widened, and his face was full of admiration. As for Eli Goulding, after taking a sip, he also fell into a state of intoxication. On the other side, although Taylor Swift didn't understand these things, after taking a sip, she couldn't help but nod gently. She could still distinguish whether it was good or not. Looking at the wine in front of him, Tom Hiddleston couldn't help but praise, the taste of this wine is really strange. That feeling is really difficult to describe in words. The feeling of the wine reverberating back and forth in the mouth is really intoxicating. Hearing his words, Eli Golding couldn't help but feel a little moved. He kept nodding at the side, indicating that he agreed with his words. Is it as good as you say? Hearing Tom Hiddleston's words, Taylor Swift couldn't help but glance at Jiang Hai. Although she felt that this wine was really good, it didn't seem to be to the point of praising it so much. Does this wine have a name? But this time, Tom Hiddleston didn't answer her. Instead, after taking another sip, he looked at Dulles Gerard and asked. He could see that the old man in front of him was definitely someone who knew a lot about wine. This wine is called First Love. It's a kind of grape wine produced in our manner. In addition to First Love, our wine also has Passionate Love and Parting. But now, we only brought First Love. Listening to Tom Hiddleston's words, Dulles Gerard couldn't help but laugh as he said the name of the wine that he and Jiang Hai had researched. First Love was indeed named by him, but Passionate Love and Parting were named by Jiang Hai. The two wines were actually brewed using the same method, but the sugar content and fermentation time were different. First Love had a lower sugar content, and at the same time, it was slightly more sour and astringent. After drinking it, one would feel a sense of immaturity, but there was also a faint sweetness in between, which made one's mood fluctuate. As for Passionate Love, it had the highest sugar content, and the lowest astringent taste. After drinking it, one would feel a sense of sweetness all over their body, as if they were in the midst of passionate love. It was irresistible. The final parting. Anyway, Jiang Hai didn't like to drink it. He preferred to drink something sweeter. Red wine and coffee were not his cup of tea. Chapter 730. This guy is really something. Taylor Swift couldn't help but mutter in a low voice after listening to Tom Hiddleston's words. She originally came here just to ridicule Jiang Hai, but now it seemed that Jiang Hai had unconsciously pretended to be arrogant. This kind of unintentional behavior was often the most fatal. Just because of a glass of wine, it seemed that Ellie Goulding, who was originally on the same side with her, had changed his mind at this time. Originally, she didn't like Jiang Hai because Jiang Hai was a rich playboy. And in her opinion, Jiang Hai should be of very low existence. No matter how rich a cattle farmer was, he wouldn't have any self-restraint. But now she found that Jiang Hai's manner could produce such red wine, which really made her change her opinion of Jiang Hai. Well, then I wish your red wine a good result. Let's go. Taylor Swift curled her lips and said loudly while looking at Jiang Hai sitting here. After patting Jiang Hai's shoulder, she left with the other two. Jiang Hai didn't care about their departure because he didn't care about these things. Besides, who was friends with them? After watching the three leave, Jiang Hai continued to sit here and eat the crepe. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and the first day of the competition was over. The organizers also took back the voting papers that were sent out today and sealed them. Today's votes would be displayed together with tomorrow's votes and the day after tomorrow, and then the votes would be publicly announced. The winner of the competition would be decided on the third day. Jiang Hai had nothing to say about this. After the end of the first day, he returned to the hotel with the girls. Today, these girls had a lot of fun nearby. Of course, there were always some flies flying around nearby. He had to admit that the French, especially the French men, really deserved a beating. If it weren't for Connors and Peters, it wouldn't be easy for them to get rid of these people. After coming back and complaining to Jiang Hai and the others went to rest. Early the next morning, Jiang Hai and the others went to the banquet again, but because they had already strolled around yesterday, they had no interest in this place. So after helping to make the wine, Jiang Hai and the others took the bus directly to the nearby area to play. After all, this place had a history of 1,400 to 500 years. There were some buildings and the like, which they could still take a look at and take photos of. Although Magaon wasn't big, there was no problem for them to walk around for a day. So Jianghai and the others played here for a day. But on the third day, they couldn't play anymore. They went to the venue and waited for the final award ceremony. There were a total of 29 wineries participating in this year's Magaon wine competition. Most of them were French wineries. Other than that, there were a few Australian wineries. Some of them were from the Clare Valley and some were from Gunnawara. These two places were the best wine producers in Australia. They were all here for the medals. In addition, Jianghai wasn't very clear about the other wineries, but he was still very confident about the final ranking of his wine. He didn't see Dulles Gerard and the others' calm expressions. Even wineries like them weren't worried, so why should he be worried? In fact, Jianghai was thinking too much. Dulles Gerard was also very worried at this time, but he was used to this, so he looked very confident. At 10:00 in the morning, the results of the selection were out. The first thing that was announced was the ranking of the wine sent by these wineries. The quality of a glass of red wine couldn't be judged just by tasting it. First of all, color and smell were equally important. After that, it was tasting. After tasting it, there would be an aftertaste. So the rankings were divided into these four categories. First, the rankings of these four categories were posted. Then, there would be a comprehensive evaluation and a gold award. The first thing that was posted was the color ranking. The highest score was 10 points, and the lowest score was 6 points. The tables in the hands of the people who came to taste the red wine were quite complicated. Each bottle of wine was listed separately, so each bottle of wine would be rated by hundreds and thousands of people. Then, the average was taken. One had to admit that this was a lot of work. After the ranking was posted, Jianghai and the others also went to take a look. With a glance, Jianghai and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, the mellower the wine, the better the color. After all, Jianghai's red wine had only been stored for half a year. Although they were very confident in the taste, they weren't very confident in the color and smell. But fortunately, these people who tasted the wine felt that it was good. Jianghai's Soaring Dragon Manor's First Love had a fragrance score of 9.71. It was ranked 4th among the 29 red wines. The result was quite good. The first place was the world's #1 winery, Chateau Lafite. This red wine had been stored in the cellar for 5 years. At least in terms of color and smell, it wasn't comparable to Jianghai's wine. The second place was Mouton Winery's red wine this year. If it was Mouton Winery, people might not be very familiar with it. If it was the full name of this winery, it was estimated that many people would know it. Mouton Rothschild Winery. Yes, they were the winery of the world's #1 conglomerate, the Rothschild family. Before World War II, the Rothschild family was the world's #1 conglomerate. But later, they failed to invade the United States. Two branches were divided, becoming the Rockefeller family and the Morgan family. They were still the #1 family in Europe. No one dared to challenge them, even if it was just a small winery. Looking at such a ranking, Dulles Gerard and Jianghai were relieved. But the other people here were surprised, especially those on Romani Conti's side. The way they looked at Jianghai's group was a bit strange. Some were afraid, some were doubtful, and some were surprised. Obviously, they didn't put Jianghai's Soaring Dragon Manor in their eyes. In their view, Jianghai's Soaring Dragon Manor's wine could be ranked in the top 20. After all, none of the wineries here had a strong background. They couldn't help but be surprised. But what happened next made them even more surprised. After the second ranking came out, these people couldn't help but secretly smack their lips. This time, Jiang Hai's wine was still at the top. But it wasn't the fourth place, but the third place. The first place was Romney Conti, the second place was Lafite, and the third place was Jiang Hai's Soaring Dragon Manor. This made these people a little uproar. They looked at Jiang Hai's eyes with some hostility. It was true that only a fierce dragon could cross the river. As soon as Jiang Hai came over, he gave these people a show of strength. With the smell and color, Jiang Hai's wine couldn't escape a bronze medal. If the taste and aftertaste were good, there was even a chance to win a silver medal. This Magown wine competition had a total of 1 gold medal, 4 silver medals, and 6 bronze medals. With Jiang Hai's current ranking, it was inevitable that he would win an award. It seems that a strong enemy has risen in the United States. Soaring Dragon Manor, I have never heard of it before. Looking at Jiang Hai's group, the people of other wineries here whispered. Unconsciously, there was a gap between them and Jiang Hai's group. However, Jiang Hai didn't care about this. What a joke, he was here to make a name for himself. He didn't have to worry about sales. Whether it was Walton or Boston's Western restaurants, as long as he got a gold medal here, when he went back, although it was unlikely that he would be able to sell a box of 6 bottles for $20,000 like the top wineries in Bordeaux, it was still not a problem. But $1,000 a bottle is not a problem. Jiang Hai has a total of hundreds of thousands of bottles of wine hidden in the cellar. It seems that this is a very considerable income. The most important thing is that this is only the first year. If it is stored for 3 years, it may not be impossible to sell it for $2,000 or $3,000 a bottle. And he has been storing wine all these years. It seems that Red Winery, which Jiang Hai thought was just for fun, also has a lot of income. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He wanted to see the rankings of the last 2 lists that they were most confident in. At this time, the staff took out the third list, which was about taste. Everyone's eyes were also fixed on him. This list was the most important one among the 4 lists. If the first 4 lists accounted for 5% of the score, and the smell accounted for 10% of the score, then the taste accounted for 70% of the score, and the aftertaste accounted for the remaining 15%. In the first 2 lists, Jiang Hai's ranking was good. Now, let's take a look at the list that they were most confident in. When the list was posted, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Jiang Hai also changed, including the Lafite Chateau and the Romney Conti Chateau, who had been very calm all this time. Jiang Hai's face showed a trace of a smile, because they saw a familiar name in the first place of the list. Soaring Dragon Manor's First Love, 998. Looking at this score, they couldn't help but clench their fists. On the other side, Aphrodite and the others were already celebrating. Dulles Gerard was so excited that his hands were shaking, but his face was still very calm. Even Connor Murphy, who was called Dead Face by Jiang Hai, showed a trace of excitement on his face at this time, although it was uglier than crying. They were quite confident in their wine, but they didn't think that the taste of this wine would be able to win over those picky Frenchmen in an instant. In addition to their group, the others were whispering. They didn't think that the result would be like this. I don't know if the conference has any reasons to persuade us about this result. After these people whispered under the stage for a while, they finally pushed out the representative of Lafite and said to the people at the conference. To be honest, they weren't very convinced by this result. When we first calculated this information, we were also very surprised, but after we tasted this bottle of wine called First Love from Mr. Jiang Hai's Soaring Dragon Manor, we think that they deserve this score. Hearing the representative of Lafite, an old man at the conference stood up. To be honest, at first, they didn't believe that Jiang Hai's wine was so good. But after tasting it, they knew that this score was absolutely not fake, because this wine was really impeccable in terms of taste. Even Dulles Gerard, an old man whose sense of taste had deteriorated, could taste the taste of first love, not to mention these judges who had strengthened their sense of taste. After tasting this wine, they were all intoxicated. It could be said that this wine wasn't inferior to those special treasured wines. Now that someone had raised doubts, they could also fight back hard. After hearing their words, Jiang Hai smiled indifferently. Dulles Gerard had already prepared a glass of wine for these people. Facts spoke louder than anything else. Jiang Hai didn't want to argue with them here. After looking at the red wine, the remaining 28 people hesitated for a while, but they still picked up a glass and tasted it. After tasting it, they frowned. It wasn't because it tasted bad, but because it was too good, so good that they didn't know what to say. Looking at Saiken's score, they knew that their defeat this time wasn't unjust. After the third list was settled, the fourth list was quickly released. Jiang Hai's wine completely crushed these brands' wines in terms of taste. After all, these brands didn't take out their best wines to participate in the competition. They only participated in the competition with their main brands this year, which were basically 3 to 5 years old. If they took out those rare wines that were more than 10 years old, Jiang Hai's first love, after all, was congenitally deficient and might not be their opponent. However, these commercial wines were indeed worse than Jiang Hai's wine. There was nothing to say about this. On the fourth list, Jiang Hai was still at the top. There was nothing much to say about the rest of the awards. It was unlikely that the gold medal didn't belong to Jiang Hai. In this way, Jiang Hai's first trip to Europe was a victory. After winning a gold medal, Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy took the remaining wine to Brussels, the capital of Belgium, where they would participate in another cocktail party. Jiang Hai and the others returned to Paris, France. Although they didn't have a good impression of this country and its people, since they were already here, Jiang Hai and the others would still visit. Chapter 731. Jiang Hai's first stop in Europe was France. After all, since they were already here, Jiang Hai naturally couldn't leave without taking a look. There were many interesting places in Paris. The three most famous landmarks in Paris were the 12th century Catholic Church and Notre Dame de Paris. This place was quite famous, not only because of its landmarks, but also because of its fame. It was because of a novel by Victor Hugo, The Strange Man in the Bell Tower. Later, this novel was also made into a movie, a TV series, and so on. It was very popular. In addition, there was the Arc de Triomphe built by Napoleon, who once conquered Europe, although he lost to the weather of Soviet Russia in the end. The last landmark was the Eiffel Tower. Needless to say, it was naturally known all over the world. Of course, in addition to these 3 points, there were many interesting places in Paris, such as the Louvre, the Tuileries Garden, the Place de la Concorde, the Champs-Élysées, the Place de Gaulle, where the Arc de Triomphe was located, and so on. These places were all famous places to visit. Since Jiang Hai and the others were here, they naturally had to take a good look. However, after taking a look, Jiang Hai felt that this place was nothing special. Jiang Hai was not a saint, so he naturally had no interest in Notre Dame de Paris. The Eiffel Tower and the others also went to take a look. However, it was just an iron tower, and there was nothing to see. It was just a view of the Seine. However, Jiang Hai was afraid of heights, so this place was not a good place. The only place that Jiang Hai thought was good was the Louvre, but unfortunately, other than him, the others were not too interested. They simply looked at it for a day and left. They hadn't even seen 1/3 of it. On the contrary, the Champs-Élysées was the favorite place of these girls. But to be honest, the Champs-Élysées was actually quite shabby, at least in Jiang Hai's eyes. The buildings were shabby, and the streets were shabby, however, there were many shops and so on. This was the place with the highest concentration of luxury goods in the world besides the Fifth Avenue. Almost all of the world's top brands, clothing stores, and perfume stores were gathered here. Even the French National Day Parade on July 14 was held on this road, but Jiang Hai didn't have the time to wait until July to go back. So after a simple 3 to 4 days, they went to their second country in Europe, Italy. In Rome, Italy, they walked around the Vatican. The name of Rome was probably very familiar to everyone. Ancient Rome was once the most powerful empire in the world. Although the supporters of the ancient Huaxia would not agree with this, purely in terms of territory, the territory of Rome was indeed much larger than the dynasties of the Huaxia. Of course, there was no way to compare it with the Yuan dynasty. The city of Rome had a history of 2,500 years. It was one of the most famous historical and cultural cities in the world. One must know that the reputation of Rome's Julius Caesar in Europe and the United States was even as famous as the Huaxia's Emperor Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Taizong of Tang. Jiang Hai and the others also had a good time here. At the same time, they also tasted the most famous legendary pizza in Naples. After all, pizza was invented here. Of course, if they looked further, they might find Marco Polo. When he first learned how to make noodles, he didn't learn how to make pasta. When he learned how to make pies, he didn't learn how to make pizza. However, at this time in China, even the cheapest pizza was more valuable than pies. For example, Jiang Hai liked to eat pizza. However, the taste of Italian pizza was very ordinary for Jiang Hai. He didn't like to eat such thin pies. In addition to Rome, they also went to visit the Vatican in Italy. Some religious issues were involved here, so Jiang Hai didn't say much. He just took a simple look and then left like a group of ordinary tourists. After visiting the Vatican, Jiang Hai and the others drove directly to the music capital, Vienna. However, there was no reason to stay here because Jiang Hai really didn't understand the operas. The most famous opera here was basically booked by some Huaxia bands. Because almost all of the performances here were performed by Huaxia bands. If you went to take a look, you would find that almost 3 or 4 out of 10 performances were performed by Huaxia bands. If it wasn't a band, it was a singer, and there were even performances of Peking opera. Jiang Hai didn't have anything to say about this. The most important thing was that this wasn't an invitation, but it was booked by himself. Well, the people of Huaxia were indeed very rich now. Let these European country bumpkins who had never seen a tycoon take a good look at what a real rich person was. After leaving Vienna, Jiang Hai and the others went to Vienna's neighboring country, Switzerland. When talking about Switzerland, people often confused it with Sweden, but in fact, these two countries were quite easy to distinguish in Europe. Sweden was a Nordic country. Whether it was territory or military strength, it was actually not bad. But Switzerland, other than being rich, really did not have any hard power. This country had always been in a neutral state, and it had no choice but to be neutral. Look at its location. To the north was Germany, to the south was Italy, to the west was France, and to the east was Austria. It was safe to say that these 4 countries were not easy to get along with in Switzerland. In World War I, the Axis countries were Germany and Austria. In World War II, it was Germany and Italy. And France was once the overlord of Europe. It was no joke. However, the Swiss were indeed very stubborn. They were willing to go all out. Whenever there was a war, they would remain neutral. They could do whatever they wanted. They did not have any political leanings at all. They were not afraid of condemnation. Anyway, they had no land and no manpower. They could do whatever they wanted. Just by relying on the strength of a barefooted person who was not afraid of wearing shoes and the courage that everyone was convinced of, life in this country was very stable here. Everyone knew about Switzerland, not only because of the cowardice of this guy, but also because this country produced a lot of watches. When Jiang Hai and the others came here, they naturally bought a lot of watches. Jiang Hai brought 2 or 3 watches, and all the girls gave 1 watch. This made the girls very happy. After buying the watches in a group, they once again headed north to Belgium. Maybe it was because this country was really dependent on watches, so the people in this country were very rich. The young people in the European Union, no, the young people in the United States, actually didn't have a high income. Of course, if you convert the money into RMB, it would be very high. It would be around 14 to 5,000 RMB. But these people couldn't make money in Europe and then go back to China to spend it. They also made money in Europe and spent it in Europe. Therefore, the purchase rate of 2,000 yuan was not particularly high in China. It was equivalent to 3,000 or 4,000 yuan in the US. In Europe, generally speaking, young people in their early 20s, who just graduated from university, had an income of around 2,000 RMB a month. But they didn't need to pay for medical treatment, the place they lived was cheap, and the food they ate was cheap. Vegetables and fruits were expensive, but meat was cheap. 2,000 RMB was enough for them to spend. But in Switzerland, the people were obviously very rich. Basically, everyone had an income of 4,000 to 5,000 RMB a month. In Europe, Switzerland was definitely worthy of being called a giant. After playing in Switzerland, Jiang Hai originally wanted to experience the Netherlands, especially Amsterdam in the Netherlands. When he was in China, he had heard that it was a man's paradise. Unfortunately, there was not enough time for him to go there. So, after leaving Switzerland, they went to Brussels, the capital of Belgium. The Brussels wine competition was divided into 2 parts. One was the Brussels wine competition, and the other was the Brussels International Wine Competition. The former was only held in Brussels, and the latter was held all over Europe. It was said that this year, they went to Bulgaria. But now, Bulgaria was basically the world of Huaxia wineries. The Huaxia people didn't have anything else, but they were rich and willing to spend money. Therefore, in these European competitions, apart from some of the guaranteed minimum, there was really no fairness to speak of. After arriving here, Jiang Hai naturally completed his public relations. Plus, his wine was really good, so he didn't give the other party any excuses. After winning a big prize, Jiang Hai's trip in Europe officially ended. Unknowingly, the time went from the end of April to the middle of May. These days, although Jiang Hai was in Europe, he didn't idle around in the United States. Under the leadership of Eduard Anderson and Robbins Garcia, his manner was developing very well. In particular, the fishermen had completely adapted to it, and the new boat had been driven over. Now, the 2 boats were taking turns, and they were very busy every night. The black fisherman, Tai Nyo, who originally sold Jiang Hai the aquatic plants and fish seedlings, took the initiative to ask Jiang Hai if he needed new fish seedlings after knowing that Jiang Hai had bought more sea areas. But Jiang Hai thought for a while, and it was not convenient to say now that he was abroad. But when he went back at the end of May or the beginning of June, he could buy some more from Tai Nyo, even though they were nourished by spiritual energy. Jiang Hai's fish expanded very quickly underwater, but adding some new fish seedlings was fine. At least next year, they could harvest another batch. But this time, he wasn't going to buy cheap American red fish. After knowing how strong his spiritual energy was, he didn't need to raise those small fish step by step. He was going to raise grouper and salmon directly. But the quantity he needed was not small. First, he greeted Tai Nyo, and he would naturally solve these problems. Time went by unknowingly. after receiving the grand prize of the Brussels wine competition. Jiang Hai and his girls also knew that Jiang Hai was leaving. Originally, according to Jiang Hai's plan, they should play in Europe for a few more days and then go back with them. But these girls didn't think so. Europe was actually similar to the United States. They had bought a lot of things here, and they weren't familiar with the place. If there was an accident, it would be troublesome. One must know that Europe wasn't very peaceful now. Not to mention the things that were not allowed to be ridden, the people here were not as friendly as Winthrop. After all, that was their territory. So after spending a night with Jiang Hai, they decided to return to Boston the next day. Jiang Hai didn't have anything to stop them. After returning to Boston, he was relieved and didn't have to worry about their safety here. So the next day after receiving the prize, Jiang Hai sent them to board the plane to Boston. Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy went back with them. The two of them were quite happy about this trip to Europe. The gold medal of the Margaux wine competition and the gold medal of the Brussels wine competition were all honors. After returning, those wines could be sold for money. Jiang Hai specially called Pra Walton to see if she was interested. Of course, he also called Chi Li and Jing Jin. As for the specific situation, he let them, who were knowledgeable about business, study it. After receiving a call from Chi Jia and confirming that everyone had returned to the villa, Jiang Hai and Azalina were ready to leave. After everything was done in Brussels, Jiang Hai and Azalina boarded a flight together at the Brussels International Airport to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. However, Jiang Hai didn't want to go there early. To be honest, there were very few flights from Europe to Kyiv. For the specific reason, please refer to some international news. To be honest, there might not be many routes that could guarantee safety. Although they were all located in Europe, except for some developed countries in Western Europe, the rest of Europe was not as peaceful as it seemed on the surface. When they were on the plane, Azalina deliberately told Jiang Hai a lot of things to pay attention to. Some things were extremely sensitive in Ukraine now. If they could avoid attracting other people's attention, they would try their best not to. Regarding this point, Jiang Hai also had some understanding. He came here to recruit people, not to cause trouble. He was naturally very clear about this point. After a few hours of flight, the plane landed smoothly at the international airport of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. Looking out from the window, although this city felt no different from some cities in China, there was still a flow of people. It was not as chaotic and war-ridden as imagined in the legends. However, as soon as he got off the plane and walked into the hall, Jiang Hai felt a bit nervous. Because at this time, there were a lot of soldiers on the outskirts of the Kyiv International Airport. The pace of the residents here was also very fast. They didn't want to stay here for long. This made Jiang Hai slightly raise his eyebrows. Chapter 732. Although there's a ceasefire here, it's not a paradise. There aren't many people who would like to stay here. Those who have the means have already left. Azalina said helplessly when she saw Jiang Hai's gaze. Yes, the world was like this. Those who had the ability had already escaped, and the rest were ordinary people. They had no choice. In order to eat, they had to work hard. This was the reality, even if danger would appear at any time and place by their side. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai sighed softly. It seemed that some things were not as simple as he thought. When he was in China, many people always said that everything in China was not good. Jiang Hai also yearned for a life abroad. It was not that he was a penny or anything. Everyone yearned for a better life. Some people used their own hands to change the lives around them and make the lives around them better. People called such people leaders. However, Jiang Hai was not a leader. He was just a salted fish. He accepted it, so he went abroad. But after he went abroad, he found that life abroad was not as good as people in China thought. The taxes here were many times higher than in China. The vegetables and fruits here were 10 times more expensive than the best vegetables and fruits in China. The pressure of life was great, but the standard of living was not too high. If compared with abroad, the advantages of abroad were that gasoline was cheap, cars were cheap, luxury goods were cheap, the air was better, the houses were cheaper, and the food and drink were more comfortable. Compared to overseas, the cost of living in China was much cheaper. Not only was the food cheap, but the clothes cheap and the necessities cheap too. The pressure of living was far less than overseas. The taxes were lower, and more money flowed into the pockets of the people. There was a minimum standard of living in China, which was not available overseas. In China, you had to pay for medical insurance, and you did not have to pay for medical treatment. People paid unemployment benefits. When they lost their jobs, the government would help them find a job and give them relief. There was also a time limit. And the most important thing was that it was very safe in China. At the very least, you didn't have to worry about going out on the streets. At any time, a strong man with an automatic rifle would rush out from the side and shoot you into a sieve. This was the advantage of being in China. Just this point alone was something that ordinary foreign countries could not compare to. For example, the current Black Orchid was indeed not a place that was different from the inside. The Soviet Union and Russia had sunk their troops to the border. While the government had always maintained the independence of Wuhan, there were still some European and American supporters who were encouraging the authorities to join the European and American side. It could be said that this was the most chaotic situation. The three forces were in conflict with each other. Although it was not like some countries that were directly turned into ruins, the fear in the hearts of the people was inevitable. When the people panicked, they would do a lot of outrageous things. The crime rate would rise and people would become sensitive. This was the current situation in Wuhan. "Let's go, I cherish my life very much," Jiang Hai smiled at Azalina's words, and then walked out of the airport with Azalina. As soon as they walked out of the airport, a black Lincoln limousine drove over from the street and stopped right in front of Jiang Hai. Then, from the front passenger seat up and down, a typical Slavic man appeared. He had three-dimensional 5 views, a tall nose, and deep eyes, which made him look a little unsmiling, but at the same time, he also had a sense of seriousness of blood and iron. "It's you, you must be Mr. Jiang Hai. I'm the receptionist here in Ukraine. My name is Kirill Barkline Froganisly Shovkowski. You can call me." After the man got out of the car, he came in front of Jiang Hai and extended his hand while introducing himself. But to be honest, Jiang Hai politely declined such an introduction. "Hello, Mr. Kirill Dash." Without saying anything, Jiang Hai shook the man's hand and said calmly, "Well, welcome to Wuhan." Hearing Jiang Hai directly interrupting him, the man smacked his lips with some jealousy. This is not a very polite thing to do in Ukraine, but considering that Jiang Hai is a Hua Xia in the United States, and most importantly, he has a lot of money, he still smiled and agreed. After saying a few words, he led the two into the limousine. After sitting down, Jiang Hai gently poked Azalina next to him. "Isn't your organization called KGB? What the hell is Ukraine?" Seeing Azalina looking over, Jiang Hai asked in a low voice. Later, it moved to Moscow in 1920 and was renamed KGB in 1954. At first, it was established to deal with the British MI6, the American CIB, and the Israeli Mossad. But in 1991, you know what happened. It can't be written, it will be banned. After that time, KGB split up. The largest branch was renamed the Russian Federal Security Service, and some other branches were taken over by these countries. The KGB in Ukraine is called Ukraine for short. Looking at Jiang Hai, Azalina did not hide anything and introduced it to him. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai nodded his head in understanding, and then stopped talking. The car quickly drove into Kiev, but the Kiev that Jiang Hai saw didn't look like a blooming flower in spring. Although the grass was green and the trees had new branches, as the capital of a country, there was not much traffic on the streets of Kiev. Even if there were some people walking, they were basically men. It was said that the streets of Ukraine were full of beautiful women, but there was no such thing here. Everyone was in a hurry and deliberately gave way to the Lincoln limousine that was driving in this direction. It's really hard for the people to rise and hard for the people to die. Looking at the images on the street, Jiang Hai whispered. Suddenly, he remembered this sentence, but he was obviously not a good student. Except for this sentence, he could not remember anything else. But before he could sigh too much, the car soon arrived in front of a hotel. This hotel should be a local hotel and have some relationship with the government. Because Jiang Hai has never seen this hotel before, it shouldn't be a chain hotel. After the car stopped, naturally, a doorman went to park the car in the underground parking lot, and Kurol got out of the car and led Jiang Hai and Azalina to the lobby. After talking to the front desk, he gave Jiang Hai a key card. "Sir, this is your sweet key. Later, my boss will come to discuss the auction the day after tomorrow." After that, Kurol nodded to Jiang Hai, then left. Jiang Hai and Azalina also carried their luggage and walked into the elevator. There was no one to carry their luggage for them, and they couldn't find anyone to tip them. After arriving at the floor marked on the key, Jiang Hai and Azalina got off the elevator, but as soon as they came down, they saw a group of people standing outside the elevator. The leader was a Western fat man who looked about 1.7 meters tall, with an eagle-like nose, and bald hair. His eyes were scrutinizing Jiang Hai and Azalina when he saw them. But after he found that he didn't seem to know these two people, he retracted his gaze. There were also 4 big men standing beside him. He was tall and slender, wearing a black suit and sunglasses. He stood quietly beside him. After Jiang Hai and Azalina went down completely, this group of people walked up and went downstairs. "Boss, when you're here, don't leave me, even if you go to the toilet, you must let me follow you." Watching them leave, Azalina whispered to Jiang Hai and said to him, "What's the situation?" Listening to Azalina's serious words, Jiang Hai said with some doubts, "If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the drug lord of Colombia. He must have come here to buy people, but if he can make a profit, I don't think he will mind." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina also whispered. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also glanced back with some surprise. It seems that none of the people who come to buy these people are good people. It's better to be careful, so he nodded and followed Azalina into his room. The people here arranged a very good house for Jiang Hai. It was a large suite with a huge bedroom, a small bedroom, a study, a reception room, and a large hall. There was a bathroom in the hall and a bathroom in the master bedroom. The overall area was about 230 square meters. It seems that the layout of the suites on this floor should be similar. You know, these bad guys are the most concerned about face. Arranging a good room for others and a bad room for them is like slapping their faces. After walking into the room, Jiang Hai was just about to speak, but Azalina gestured to Jiang Hai to be silent. Then she searched the whole room, searched every corner, and found 3 things as big as the battery in a quartz watch. Although Jiang Hai has never played with this kind of thing before, he also knew that this should be the legendary listening device. This place is really scary, now it's done. After opening the window and throwing the 3 listening devices outside, Azalina couldn't help but smile. It looks really dangerous here. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, sat directly on the sofa over there, and then raised his head and said to Azalina. It's okay, they won't dare to do anything to you. After all, you are both Hua Xia and from the United States. Except for some desperados, basically no one dares to not give you face. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina smiled, and then sat directly in Jiang Hai's arms. That's true. Listening to Azalina's words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. She was right, after all, Russia was the big brother of Hua Xia. Although there were many conflicts between them, for example, people in the Northeast hated Russians. But in terms of international relations, the two sides were in the same boat. The people on the Soviet side would definitely not harm Jiang Hai. And Jiang Hai was from the United States, so the people on the United States side would not harm Jiang Hai, so Jiang Hai was still quite safe to some extent. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai patted Azalina's butt. If there was no one who would harm him, then it didn't matter. Are you hungry? Let's take a break and go down to eat. When Jiang Hai and the others took the plane, it was noon. Now that they were here, it was just the time for dinner in the afternoon. To be honest, Jiang Hai really wanted to taste the food here in Wulan. Well, okay, let's go after I tidy up my things. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina also said with a smile. Then she walked into the room, and after tidying up her luggage, she closed the windows. Then she deliberately pulled out a few strands of hair and put them in the window position. At the same time, she also clipped some pieces of paper in the position of the ventilation holes. Finally, she held the hair and motioned Jiang Hai to go out first. Then she tidied up at the door, and then went downstairs with Jiang Hai. Looking at her movements, Jiang Hai couldn't help but grin. Why did she give Jiang Hai a very dangerous feeling? After all, these things were only seen in spy movies in the past. It's really scary to talk about it. However, Jiang Hai didn't stop her. Safety is the first priority when going out. Then Jiang Hai and Azalina went to the restaurant downstairs, where they saw the fat man again. In addition, there were many people with bodyguards in this restaurant, but these people were sitting in the distance or in private rooms. They looked very mysterious, and no one was too close. Jiang Hai also chose a seat far away. After ordering the dishes, they started eating. After dinner, the two went upstairs again and checked again. After confirming that there was no problem, Azalina let Jiang Hai into the house. She had to admit that this kind of life is really exciting. After Jiang Hai entered the room, he took a shower first, then wore a bathrobe and watched TV in the hall. But at this time, a knock on the door sounded. Azalina stood up and went to take a look. It's two men, one is Kurol, and the other one I don't know, but he may be his boss. Glancing at the two people outside, Azalina turned her head and looked at Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also sat up and tidied up his bathrobe. Chapter 733. Open the door. With Jiang Hai's order, Azalina also opened the door and nodded to the two people outside. Hello, my name is Vladimir Dmitryevich Cernusborevich. Is Mr. Jiang Hai living in this room? Seeing the door open, another man said in a deep voice. Please come in. Listening to his self-introduction, Azalina nodded, then motioned for the two to come in. The two walked into the room under the guidance of Azalina and saw Jiang Hai, who had already stood up to greet them. Welcome, welcome, I didn't know you were coming now, I'm sorry, I just took a shower. Looking at the two people in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile, walked over and shook hands with them, and at the same time, observed the situation of the newcomer. This newcomer is also a typical Slav, but he doesn't look young, almost 40 or 50 years old. He can be considered a middle-aged man, but his body is very good and even exudes a sense of majesty. Jiang Hai can see at a glance that this should be a soldier. It doesn't matter, it is the greatest respect to meet guests here without any precautions. While shaking hands with Jiang Hai, the middle-aged man also said with a smile. Speaking of which, Jiang Hai is their rich man, they don't want to offend Jiang Hai. Come, sit here. Listening to the other party's words, Jiang Hai smiled, then led the two to the study room. After sitting down as the host and guest, the two exchanged a few pleasantries, then the middle-aged man moved on to the main topic. I'd better explain my purpose of coming here. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Vladimir Dmitryevich Borovic. You can call me Vladimir, or Borovic, both are fine. I came here mainly to collect a deposit from you. Since he got straight to the point, the man was not polite and directly explained his purpose of coming here. He came to ask for money. Deposit? Jiang Hai was a little surprised when he heard these words. He knew what a deposit was. This item had actually appeared in auctions. At auctions, the items that were auctioned were basically all of the best quality. Naturally, the price was not cheap, and the people at the auction were also afraid that someone would randomly bid and buy. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Therefore, before the auction, they would collect a certain amount of deposit from these auction guests, which was similar to a deposit. Of course, the value of the deposit was quite expensive. Although Jiang Hai did not pay a deposit when he participated in the auction before, after all, he was the seller. If he bought something, the auction house could directly deduct it from his money, but other guests could not. According to Jiang Hai's understanding, the minimum deposit for the auctions he had participated in was $5 million. If you bought something worth less than $5 million, it would be deducted directly from the $5 million. If you bought something worth more than $5 million, it would be deducted directly. If you bought something worth more than $5 million, then you would need to transfer the money to the auction house within a certain period of time. If you did not transfer the money within a certain period of time, then the money would belong to the auction house, and you would not be able to keep the item. This was legally binding. Of course, if you did not buy anything, then all the money would be returned to you when you left. This was inevitable. However, Jiang Hai didn't expect that buying people would require a deposit. Moreover, he didn't know much about this market. According to the people on the other side, they didn't have a low deposit. You have to pay a deposit to be able to buy things within this amount, and you can't go beyond that. How much is the deposit? Jiang Hai glanced at Azelina beside him. It could be seen that she was also a little flustered. She didn't know about this. Looking at her appearance, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. Then, he turned to Boris and asked. It's up to you. Different grades of goods have different values, but don't worry, our auction will not collect taxes, and we will not cheat your money. After all, the nature of this auction is national. Looking at Jiang Hai, Boris said with a smile. Then I understand. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai gestured to Azelina beside him. After she went out for a while, she came back with Jiang Hai's wallet. Jiang Hai took out a check from the wallet. Almost all of his money was deposited in the American Express Bank. He was too lazy to apply for too many cards. One bank card was enough. He did not believe that the American Express Bank would go bankrupt. Holding the check, Jiang Hai wrote something on it, then handed it to Borovic in front of him. $50 million. That's a lot. Looking at the number given by Jiang Hai, Boris couldn't help but be stunned, then he said with a smile. They are most willing to see such a big customer. Obviously, Jiang Hai belongs to the nouveau riche in their eyes. After Curly took the check, he went to the back to make a phone call. He wanted to confirm the authenticity of the check. Money has never been a problem for me. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled, then put away the wallet. No problem. At this time, Kirili, who had seen him once, had also finished the phone call. He walked to Boris and whispered. Hearing his words, Boris also stood up and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. He had finished his business and was about to leave. I hope you have a good memory in Ulan. Jiang Hai also stood up and shook hands with him. Holding Jiang Hai's hand, Boris also said with a smile. Hearing his words, although Jiang Hai was wondering what the hell was going on, he still had a smile on his face. After seeing the two off, Jiang Hai looked at Azalina. Obviously, this little girl was also a little confused at this time. Speaking of which, although Azalina has seen a lot of storms, to be honest, she has not been in contact with too many high-level things. In their organization, the highest officer she has ever seen is a major, and other than that, they are their instructors. After leaving the organization, she met Jiang Hai. The number of times she has seen a check in her life can be counted with two hands. She has never been to places like the auction house, so she is also a little confused. Looking at her cute appearance, Jiang Hai walked over with a smile and rubbed her face hard. Now that you have thought about it for me, is there anything else you want to tell me? Looking at Azalina, Jiang Hai asked her. No, I don't know. Listening to Jiang Hai's words, Azalina first said no, but then maybe she remembered what happened just now, so she said a little embarrassedly. Looking at her, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile. This girl is really, forget it, protect me well, leave the rest to me. Patting her head, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Azalina couldn't help but bite her lips lightly. She instantly rushed to Jiang Hai's body and pressed her lips against Jiang Hai's. Then the two walked a few rounds and came to the master bedroom. When the sun shone into the bedroom the next day, Jiang Hai was also woken up by the urge to urinate. Glancing at Azalina, who was still sleeping in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but cover his head and laugh. Last night, they should have done it together. But they didn't, because Azalina refused Jiang Hai on the grounds that they couldn't do it during the mission. In the end, she helped Jiang Hai with her mouth. But Jiang Hai had nothing to be dissatisfied with, and then the two fell asleep together. They slept until today. If it was in some other city, Jiang Hai would definitely go out for a walk today for the auction tomorrow. But not today. After Jiang Hai and the others got up in the morning, they washed up and went downstairs to have breakfast. As for why they didn't call for breakfast, that was because they didn't know which force the person who delivered breakfast was from. You don't know if they will attack you here, or if they will plant a bug or something like that. You have to be careful. After going downstairs for breakfast, Jiang Hai and the others returned to the room to surf the internet and watch TV. The TV was all in Russian. Jiang Hai really couldn't understand it. There weren't even subtitles. In this regard, Jiang Hai could only surf the internet helplessly. After spending the morning in boredom, they went to have lunch at noon. After spending the afternoon in boredom, they went to have dinner. Just like that, the day passed. Of course, in fact, it was impossible for the day to pass so easily. Jiang Hai was really bored. But fortunately, he used to be a homebody, so he could endure it. After the day passed, he went to the auction. The auction time was at 8:00 in the evening. Jiang Hai and the others didn't have anything to prepare, so they stayed in the room for the day. At 3:00 in the afternoon, Kirili came and told Jiang Hai the time to go down. After all, the things being auctioned this time were a bit inhumane. The people who came to the auction were not good people. If there was a conflict or someone had a grudge against someone, it would be troublesome. Therefore, the time to attend the event was fixed. There was only a total of 5 minutes of buffer time. Jiang Hai went to the elevator at around 7:00 in the afternoon. The auction venue was on the top floor of the hotel. They didn't have to go out, and it was very convenient. At 7:00 in the evening, Jiang Hai and Azalina left their room. Kirili had been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Jiang Hai and Azalina come out, Kirili led them to the elevator. Then they went straight to the top floor. Jiang Hai took a look. It was worthy of being called a top-level auction. There were no seats here. Everyone was in a private room. Jiang Hai and the others had to enter a separate room. There was a huge sofa in the room, and there were all kinds of wine, drinks, and fruits. There was also a separate bathroom. It was enough for people to stay here for a few hours without being bored. One of the walls in the room was made of single-sided glass. In front of the glass was a high platform. All the rooms were designed in this way. When all the rooms were added together, they formed a circle. After a while, the auction item would appear on the high platform. Then the platform would rotate, allowing all the buyers to see the auction item clearly. As for the bidding, it was controlled by a tablet in front of the sofa. On the tablet, you could check the information of the auction item, the next auction item, and the following auction items. At the same time, you could also increase the bid and enter the price. It was obvious that in the eyes of these people, the girls were really just their merchandise, not people. Jiang Hai was not a saint, but at this time, he was also a little uncomfortable. After all, he didn't feel comfortable seeing people being casually auctioned off on the stage, just like the cattle he had bought. But fortunately, he quickly adjusted his state of mind. He sat on the sofa and ate the fruits. It would be a waste if he didn't eat them. He didn't touch the wine because he didn't like drinking very much. Besides, he had to stay awake. At this time, Azalina was not sitting next to Jiang Hai. She had been standing at the door. According to her, this was her duty. While Jiang Hai was eating happily, a voice suddenly came from all directions into Jiang Hai's ears. "Ladies and gentlemen, our auction is about to start." After the English with a strong Soviet-Russian accent entered Jiang Hai's ears, he got up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. After that, he came back and looked at the space in front of him. After all, what was being sold here was not ordinary goods, but people. Therefore, there was no auctioneer here, and no one would come to adjust the atmosphere. After the voice ended, every minute, another voice would tell Jiang Hai when the auction would start. 5 minutes later. When the high platform in front of him suddenly descended, Jiang Hai knew that the auction had started. So he took the tablet and walked to the window. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen an auction like this. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. After less than 10 seconds, the high platform rose again. But after it rose, a woman was standing on the high platform. This woman was quite beautiful. In Jiang Hai's opinion, she would score at least 75 out of 100. She was only slightly less beautiful than Aphrodite and the others. It could be said that such a woman could be put on the domestic internet and be called a goddess. But this was only the first item. The first item, codename Web Spider 7A91, age 21, blood type O, height 178 centimeters, weight 110 pounds, measurements 92, 61, and 89 cm. Received training at the age of 6 and graduated at the age of 17. Mission completion rate, C level 3, D level 17. Killed 6 enemies. Skills, close combat, disguise, spy, firearms proficiency. Non-C level, starting price, $112,000. Each bid must be no less than $5,000. Begin. As the voice rang out, the tablet in front of Jiang Hai showed the girl's situation. As the voice rang out, the girl on the high platform also took off the few clothes on her body. As the high platform slowly rotated, she also showed herself. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai couldn't help but frown. Chapter 734. Is everyone like this in this auction? And what's the meaning of the web spider? Jiang Hai asked with some doubts as he looked at the woman on the high platform in front of him. She was slowly doing some yoga-like movements to show off her body. To be honest, he would definitely feel uncomfortable if his future woman were to be seen naked in front of him. I'm not very sure. I've never participated in such an auction before, but it might be like this. After all, after these people are bought, not only will they become killing weapons, but they also need to serve the buyer. So you can see their specialties, they all have bedroom skills. Speaking of this, Azalina was also a little embarrassed, but she also knew that what she said was true. As for the web spiders, it's our classification. Spiders are the lowest level and are responsible for spying and intelligence. Those who disguise themselves as people in certain special professions are called web spiders because they are responsible for weaving webs. The main assassination spiders are poisonous spiders because assassinations are unscrupulous, and they even need to poison their own bodies. The ones who deal with the enemy head-on are called wolf spiders. If they accumulate enough experience, their code name will evolve from spider to the next stage, wolf. When they become wolves, they are divided into alpha wolf, combat wolf, auxiliary wolf, and so on. After becoming wolves, they will complete certain tasks and reach a certain level of strength, and they will advance to become double-headed eagles. Although it was not appropriate to talk about the previous topic with Jiang Hai, this classification was not a problem, so Azalina quickly explained it. What level were you before you left? Listening to Azalina's words, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts. I was a double-headed eagle. Speaking of this, Azalina was quite proud. After all, double-headed eagle is the highest level. There are a total of 12 double-headed eagle members in this organization. Every time one of them dies or betrays us, there will be someone to replace them. Looking at Jiang Hai's puzzled look, Azalina continued. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also expressed that he understood. Is there a double-headed eagle in the auction this time? Jiang Hai continued to ask while looking at Azalina in front of him. As far as I know, when I left the organization, 9 of the 12 double-headed eagles also left the organization. That's why the organization didn't have time to catch us. After all, double-headed eagles represent the top agents, so the remaining 3 seem to have become the bodyguards of the high-ranking officials of Ulan City. Moreover, people with such abilities wouldn't be willing to be auctioned here like objects, so at most, there would only be some wolf-level agents here. Azalina shook her head gently when she heard Jiang Hai's words. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also expressed that he understood. While they were chatting, the first girl's auction ended. In the end, the girl was sold for $172,000. After confirming that the girl had been sold, the voice congratulated the guest in box 17, and the girl descended from the platform. After more than 10 seconds, the platform rose again. This time, another girl appeared on it. However, this girl was different from the previous one. Is this an Asian? Jiang Hai actually didn't know what kind of woman she was. Her skin was a little dark, but she didn't look like a black person. She had long black hair and looked a little like a Huaxia person, but Jiang Hai was very sure that she wasn't a Huaxia person. Instead, she looked like a Insan person. Unlike a Insan person, Jiang Hai couldn't tell where she was from. The girl looked like she was only about 1.6 meters tall. Compared to the 1.78 meter tall foreign woman, she was far worse. But the girl herself was like an unsheathed sword. Standing there, Jiang Hai felt a sense of danger. The second lot, codenamed Tarantula 3C74, age 18 years old, blood type AB, height 158 centimeters, weight 92 pounds, 3 measurements 88, 57, 84 centimeters, cm, began training at the age of 4 and graduated at the age of 17. Mission completion rate, A rank 1, B rank 15, C rank 33, D rank 7. Killed 87 enemies. Skills, Master of Close Combat, Disguise, Proficient in Defense, Proficient in Firearms. C. Starting price, $380,000, each bid must not be less than $10,000. Begin. As the girl appeared, the voice sounded again, and Jiang Hai also looked at the girl with some surprise. It seems that this girl is very powerful. I've heard of this girl. She is a Samoan, the strongest ethnic group in the world. Her close combat ability should not be weaker than me or Belle. Looking at Jiang Hai with some doubts, Azalina also explained. The strongest ethnic group in the world. Hearing this title, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little confused. He really didn't know what the strongest ethnic group in the world was. Then he picked up the tablet in front of him. There was detailed information about this girl on it, and naturally, there was also information about her ethnic group. Indeed, the Samoans were recognized as the strongest ethnic group in the world. This ethnic group only had 220,000 people, and they were a mixture of the southern Mongolians and the Australians. They were a branch of the Polynesians, and this ethnic group with only 220,000 people was famous for being strong in the world of fighting. Many ferocious fighting beasts emerged. For example, the famous Dwayne Johnson was a Samoan. Now in the WWE, there are also many players from Samoans, including the current top player, Roman Reigns. But don't think that these people only know how to perform. The men of this ethnic group are all warriors, and the women are also semi-warriors. Purely in terms of fighting, without using weapons, this ethnic group is the only existence that can compete with the fighting ethnic group. This is not a joke. This can be seen from the situation of this girl. She is not as good-looking as the Caucasian just now, and she is not as tall and white, but she is priced at $380,000. This is only the starting price, which is enough to show how strong this person is. And most importantly, this ethnic group values virginity very much, so the people of this ethnic group can't be poisonous spiders or web spiders here. They can only be tarantulas, but they are the most reassuring tarantulas. Just like now, although the girl was taking off her clothes during the introduction, she left the two most basic pieces of clothing, so that they wouldn't all be naked. When Jiang Hai saw this, he felt a little better. Can I buy her? To be honest, Jiang Hai is still quite interested in this girl. He turned his head and asked Azalina. Of course, this is not a problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina immediately said. Although the main purpose of her coming here is to save her sisters, if Jiang Hai has his eyes on something, she naturally won't say anything. Well, then buy it. Looking at the price of $10,000 that popped up from time to time on the tablet, Jiang Hai smiled, then directly entered the price of $500,000 in the input column, and Jiang Hai clicked send. All the tablets in the private rooms showed that the girl's price had risen to 500,000 yuan. To be honest, once it reached 500,000, those people withdrew their hands. It was not worth spending 500,000 on such a girl. Congratulations to the guest in room 8, you have won the second auction item. This was another web spider, Slavic, non-C. Jiang Hai was not very interested in her. In the end, she was sold for $168,000. However, Jiang Hai was a little interested in the fourth item because it was a venomous spider. The fourth auction item, codename Venomous Spider for B36, age 20 years old, blood type B, height 172 centimeters, weight 105 pounds, measurements 108, 62, 94 cm, received training at the age of 8, graduated at the age of 18. Mission completion rate, B level 19, C level 23, D level 7. Enemies killed 46. Skills, close combat, disguise, spy, assassination, firearms proficiency. C level, starting price, $210,000, each bid must be no less than $5,000. Begin. Following the host's words, the girl on the high platform also took off her clothes. However, she did not take off all her clothes like the web spider, nor did she leave 2 pieces of clothing like the tarantula. She took off almost all her clothes, but there were 2 pads on her upper body and a bra on her lower body. As soon as she took off her upper body, her 108 centimeters figure suddenly jumped out. After all, she was still young, so a 108 centimeters figure could still be quite firm. This made Jiang Hai a little confused for a moment. To be honest, this girl was not bad, even prettier than the first web spider. According to Jiang Hai's standards, she was already 80 points, but that terrifying upper body instantly added at least 15 points. It was so big and firm. How did she do it? Moreover, such a beauty was actually a C level. This made Jiang Hai a little confused. It seemed that she really had some tricks up her sleeve. As the host began to descend, the price of the girl continued to rise. After looking at it, Jiang Hai entered $500,000 in the column and sent the bid out. Unlike the last time when Jiang Hai bought the girl, although everyone was stunned for a moment, someone soon bid again. It was obvious that Jiang Hai was not the only one who had taken a fancy to this 108. But competing with Jiang Hai in terms of money. Jiang Hai doesn't have much, but he is rich. He was not targeting the people in the boxes, but saying that the people in the boxes were all trash. Of course, in terms of fighting bravely, fighting with subordinates, and competing with territory, Jiang Hai was no match for these people at all. But now that they were playing a civilized game of dollar, Jiang Hai was absolutely crushing. Looking at the number that was still rising, Jiang Hai's second input was 1 million. Sure enough, after this number appeared, everyone quieted down. Congratulations to the guest in box 8 for purchasing the 4th auction item for $1 million. However, Jiang Hai's extravagance clearly made the host very happy. Her voice, which had not changed much, became a little louder. Then, the girl bowed to Jiang Hai and went down again. To be honest, Jiang Hai was not interested in the next auction item. Most of them were web spiders. Occasionally, there were some wolf spiders and poisonous spiders, but to be honest, the wolf spiders were not very good looking. Each and every one of them was tall and sturdy. They could be used as bodyguards, but Jiang Hai didn't only want them to be bodyguards. The most beautiful one was only around 60 points in Jiang Hai's eyes, so he let it go. As for the poisonous spiders, they were indeed good-looking. Basically, they were around 80 points, which meant that they weren't inferior to Aphrodite and the others. Unfortunately, these poisonous spiders weren't C grade. Therefore, Jiang Hai was not interested in them. The same was true for the web spiders. After a glance, Jiang Hai did not have the urge to buy them. Box 8 fell silent just like that, but the other families were fiercely fighting. The first stage of the auction ended 3 hours after it started. There were a total of 181 auction items. Jiang Hai won 2 of them, but he spent $1.5 million. Among all the people, he could be ranked in the top 10. After all, the average web spiders were sold for less than 200,000, and the average poisonous spiders were sold for less than 500,000. The price of the wolf spiders fluctuated between 400,000 and 800,000, mainly depending on the use of these people. For example, Jiang Hai was just curious about the people who bought them. After all, there were only a few people who bought the wolf spiders to kill people. The first stage of our auction has come to an end. We will rest for an hour before the second auction. During this time, we will send the people who finished the first stage to you for the handover. At this time, the voice sounded again. After that, the surroundings fell into silence. Jiang Hai walked back to the sofa and continued to eat fruit. But before he could eat for too long, there was a knock on the door. Azalina opened the door and a man walked to the door with two women. After motioning for the two women to enter, Azalina closed the door again. "Boss, the two people you just bid on are here." Hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Hai had already noticed it. Now that he looked back, he saw the two people he just bid on. At this time, they were standing in front of the door. When they saw Jiang Hai looking over, they also bowed respectfully. No matter what happened in the future, at least for now, they were the personal belongings of the man in front of them. "Well, they're here." Looking at the two people, Jiang Hai also stood up. After he went to the bathroom to wash his hands, he walked in front of the two people. Just now, he was still a little far away. Now that he was looking at her from a closer distance, he had to admit that this tarantula was indeed very delicate. Just now, she was a little dark, but now, she was definitely a dark and charming existence. Just by looking at her appearance, her score might be much higher than before. At this time, she was also curiously sizing up Jiang Hai, her new master. Chapter 735. As for the other spider, a look of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Hai's eyes. Just now, it looked so big from the outside, but now it's even bigger. Feeling Jiang Hai's gaze, the spider also smiled and stretched out its hand towards Jiang Hai's hand. Seeing her move, Azalina also stepped forward for a while to prevent her from doing anything else, but she didn't stop. She just pulled Jiang Hai's hand, then used her other hand to look down at the clothes she was wearing, and the two sturdy lumps that were just displayed popped out. "You are my master, you can try it any time and anywhere." Speaking in a rather unfluent Hua Mandarin, the woman said with a smile, then pressed Jiang Hai's hand on a certain place that can't be described. Feeling the softness in his hand, Jiang Hai really felt very good. Moreover, since she said so, Jiang Hai didn't hold back. His other hand also climbed to a higher position, constantly changing their shape. Seeing that Jiang Hai was having fun, the spider also led Jiang Hai to sit on the sofa. Lying in Jiang Hai's arms, she let Jiang Hai change the shape of her hand. He has to admit that there are many women around Jiang Hai, but this is the first time he has seen such a big one. It's really interesting. He feels that he can play with this thing for a year. The tarantula stood quietly beside Azalina. She knew that her duty was different. When people are playing with something seriously, they feel that time is really different. For example, now, Jiang Hai is playing so seriously. Therefore, an hour passed really quickly. After a short while, the lights on the high platform outside lit up again. The second phase, which was also the most important phase, had begun. Looking at the lights outside, Jiang Hai also moved all his attention away from the sturdy woman in front of him. One of his hands was still there, while the other took out the tablet, then he watched it at any time. But this time, he didn't go to the window. Now, the second stage of the auction begins. Please get ready, the first product will be displayed. As the voice fell, the high platform fell in the next second. When it rose again, another woman stood on it, but compared to the spider series, this woman was much more tightly dressed. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, had a delicate face, and wore a black tights that outlined her body completely. He had to admit that this woman's figure was very good. Her upper body was obviously smaller than the tarantula in his arms, but she was much bigger than the average woman. Her face was also quite good. Her blonde hair was tied into a ponytail and placed behind her head. Her delicate facial features gave Jiang Hai a good first impression, but at this time, her face was quite ugly. After all, for agents of their level, they had been brainwashed. They had already broken away from the organization's brainwashing and had their own thoughts. Normal people would not be willing to be sold as goods. But as a member of the organization, they didn't have the ability to resist. After all, the organization was so big, and only a few people from the double-headed eagle successfully left in the end. People under the eaves sometimes had to bow their heads. This time's auction item, codenamed Song Lang 33-4, age 22, blood type A, height 181 centimeters, weight 115 pounds, measurements 97, 62, 90 cm, received training at the age of 5, graduated at the age of 16. Mission completion, 18 times A, 29 times B, 13 times C, 2 times D, 161 enemies killed. Skills: close combat, disguise, intelligence probing, assassination, vehicle proficiency, fire control proficiency, firearms proficiency. C. Starting price, $2-3 million, each bid must be no less than $50,000. Begin. After this person's introduction, many people began to bid, and Jiang Hai looked at Azalina. What does this Song Lang mean? Looking at Azalina, Jiang Hai asked her. In the beginning, the people who graduated from the organization were all at the spider level, but because of different learning, the division of labor in the organization was also different, but whether it was web spiders, poisonous spiders, or wolf spiders, they all have the possibility of advancing, but in the spider stage, they do tasks separately, and after reaching a certain level and completing a certain task, they will advance into wolves, and wolves fight in groups, so they will form teams. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina also explained to Jiang Hai. In the team, the leader is generally a person who evolved from a poisonous spider, called the alpha wolf, and is the captain of the whole team. Then, there will be Song Lang, and tail wolf. Song Lang is basically an evolution from web spiders, and their main purpose is spying and intelligence. Song Lang is basically an evolution from a wolf spider, and when it comes to support, anything is possible. This person is the Song Lang of Team 33. After hearing Azalina's introduction, Jiang Hai nodded and then gestured to Azalina to buy this person. I'm not very familiar with this person. Unfortunately, this person was not Azalina's target, so she shook her head gently, meaning to let Jiang Hai do as he pleased. She knew that Jiang Hai had taken a fancy to see this person's ability is very good, but her personality is not very good, and her temper is quite bad. I don't know if Master has the confidence to subdue her. Listening to Azalina's indifference, and Jiang Hai did not speak, Poisonous Spider, who had just joined them, said with a smile. Jiang Hai had to admit that she was very good at reading people's body language. She knew that whether it was Azalina's rank or position by Jiang Hai's side, she was much higher than her. So when Azalina spoke, she would not speak. Now that everyone was quiet, she would say something to Jiang Hai. Very bad temper. Personality. Listening to her words, Jiang Hai really did not expect her to know so much, so he continued to rub the thing in his hand while asking her. Her personality is very similar to a girl's personality. Her personality is very much like a boy's, she doesn't care about trifles. When she was in the training camp, she once contradicted the instructor for her friend. Her strength is not bad, but after a mission, because she offended the instructor, she was arranged to become a web spider. However, without losing her virginity, she managed to find out a lot of information. After finding out the information, she even completed an A-rank mission. Later, she was chosen by the organization and was promoted to the wolf pack. However, she is very arrogant, so if you want to subdue her, you have to convince her wholeheartedly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Poisonous Spider laughed and introduced her. Hearing what she said, Jiang Hai also glanced at this woman. She looks really interesting. But when it comes to assassination, Jiang Hai may not be able to do it, but when it comes to force, can an earthling be his opponent? Well, the current Jiang Hai is already beyond the scope of ordinary earthlings. Well, let me see how arrogant she is. Picking up the tablet and placing it on Poisonous Spider's stomach, she held her breath in an instant. She has to admit that this woman is very good, at least in terms of reading people's minds and eyesight, she is the best. 5 million. Anyway, Jiang Hai is not short of money. Since this person is really capable, he will not care. Taking a look, the current price is about 1 million, which is already rising very slowly. Jiang Hai directly entered a slightly rounded number. As soon as the price of $5 million was entered, the other rooms were quiet this time. After a few seconds, no one increased the price, and the voice also announced that Jiang Hai had won another person. When the man heard that he was bought by the 8th private room, he just turned his head and glanced at Jiang Hai's private room. He didn't bow like the other two. He just glanced at Jiang Hai's private room coldly, then went down with the elevator. Interesting. Looking at such a proud person, Jiang Hai also smiled, then licked his lips gently. As the tablet was taken away, the poisonous spider in his arms smiled and moved again. Not long after, the second item appeared. This was a support wolf, which is the evolution of the tarantula. To be honest, Jiang Hai couldn't stand it, because although this woman is also a woman, she is not that good-looking. This was a woman who should also be a Samoan. She was about 1.9 meters tall and was even more muscular than a man. It was really hard to tell if she was a man or a woman. However, this person's price started at $7 million. Because after graduating from the training camp, this guy is the strongest. He has killed a total of 712 people and completed 375 A-level missions. This person used to be one of the candidates for the double-headed eagle. I didn't expect that he would be willing to be sold as a commodity. Looking at the guy in front of her who looks more like a man than a woman, Azalina obviously knows him. It can't be helped. In order to create this strong body, she made a lot of poisonous things. Now she is addicted to them. Being a normal bodyguard can't help her maintain this strength, so she has to find those people to rely on, and she has to find a rich person to rely on. Hearing Azalina's words, the poisonous spider on the other side also said helplessly. The next few, there are support wolves, tail wolves, everything, but none of them caught Jiang Hai's eye, and none of them caught Azalina's eye. When it comes to this poisonous spider, after every woman came on stage, he will introduce them to Jiang Hai. It seems that his ability to collect information is really good. While thinking about something that can't be described, Jiang Hai was thinking, if he can really subdue her, then he doesn't know if she is reliable enough to investigate the information about sex. Boss, the first one is here. Just as Jiang Hai was thinking about it, Azalina's voice sounded. Then Jiang Hai looked over and saw a woman slowly rising on the high platform. This woman is about 1.75 meters tall, with a head of reddish-brown hair and delicate facial features. She is a typical Slavic, and her beauty is very eye-catching. She has big blue eyes and a sharp chin. She looks very beautiful and has a good figure. Although it is not that exaggerated, it is not bad either. Looking at Azalina's slightly excited expression, he looked at this person's information. Code name, Alpha Wolf. 14-1, age, 26 years old. Blood type, AB. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 121 pounds. Measurements, 93, 63, 90 cm. Started training at the age of 7. Graduated at the age of 16. Mission completion, A level 31, B level 72, C level 8, D level 16. 361 enemies killed. Skills, close combat, disguise, intelligence detection, assassination, vehicle proficiency, fire control proficiency, firearms proficiency, electronics proficiency. Starting price, $3 million. Each bid must be no less than $50,000. Looking at this person's data on the tablet, Jiang Hai was a little surprised. An alpha wolf is indeed different. This price is much higher than that of the guy who is neither male nor female. There are only a total of 38 wolf squads in the organization. Those who can become alpha wolves are the top people, and she is the top existence. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina said with a serious face. Jiang Hai also looked at the girl in the middle. He had to admit that an alpha wolf was treated much better than regular wolves and spiders. She didn't have to show her body. After she came up, she just stood there and rotated with the platform, not moving at all. But after a glance at the tablet, one would find that this woman's price was rapidly increasing. It soon rose to $9 million. After a moment of hesitation, it instantly rose to $1 million. It was obvious that these people knew what was good for them. An alpha wolf was not to be missed. Unfortunately, their opponent today is Tycoon Jiang Hai. In the input column, Jiang Hai gently pressed it. Then, he pressed a word, followed by 7 zeros. 10 million. $10 million. Jiang Hai confirmed and sent out the message. Box 8, $10 million. After this number was sent out, the other boxes fell silent. Jiang Hai was also waiting for someone to bid. Unfortunately, $10 million wasn't a small number for anyone. Jiang Hai didn't really care. Maybe it was because the money came too quickly. $10 million was nothing to Jiang Hai. He really didn't care much about this. Congratulations, roommate, $10 million for this item. After waiting for about 30 seconds and confirming that no one else was going to raise the price, the calm voice announced loudly. Azalina was obviously relieved when she heard the voice. For her, the purpose of her coming here was to save these people who were familiar with her. If these people can be saved, then this is good news. Looking at Jiang Hai who was sitting there, her face showed a happy smile. Jiang Hai is really awesome, winning at the start. Looking at her smiling face, Jiang Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Don't tell me that after saving these girls, they will work for him. Even if they didn't work for him, given his friendship with Azalina, he didn't really care about saving tens of millions of dollars. Chapter 736. After bidding for the girl, Jiang Hai continued to sit there, watching the auction that was still going on in front of him. In fact, Jiang Hai didn't care if he spent all his money. If he spent almost all his money, someone would naturally come and tell Jiang Hai. Besides, he didn't care about money in the first place. When it comes to money, especially cash, he really isn't afraid of anyone. How many more people are going to be auctioned next? Looking at Azalina, Jiang Hai asked her. 2 more, the rest is up to you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina thought for a while and said. Okay, let's wait and see. Hearing Azalina's words, Jiang Hai also nodded and continued to look at the high platform in front of him. After he bought the alpha wolf, the second one that appeared was still a secondary wolf, the kind that looks very manly. So Jiang Hai gave up after looking at it. He didn't have any special hobbies. By the way, are there only women in this organization, no men? I'm curious. While rubbing the poisonous spider's upper body, Jiang Hai asked Azalina. Having said that, he really hasn't seen a single man after so long. There are, but I don't know why there aren't any here. How can there be no men in an organization? Even in the movie Naked Fruit, there are some men who are instructors, let alone in this reality. In the real world, men are always much better than women in this regard, especially in combat. This is a congenital disadvantage. Perhaps women are better at collecting information than men, but when it comes to fighting, men are not comparable to women. There are also men being auctioned here, but it's not today. As far as I know, other than working, we also need to satisfy the needs of the owner if we sell to someone. Therefore, other than some men with special hobbies, I don't think anyone will buy a man. However, I heard that those rich ladies are quite attentive to this auction. Jiang Hai nodded when he heard the poison spider's words. Indeed, it was very comfortable to have such a beautiful woman lying in his arms, but if it was a man, hee. While Jiang Hai was asking questions, a few more wolves were auctioned off. About 10 minutes later, another woman was auctioned off. At the sight of this woman, Jiang Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He was really good-looking. Most importantly, he was a Huaxia. Why was he not a Korean or a Japanese? There's information below. This Huaxia woman didn't look very old. She had long black hair and wore a white windbreaker. She didn't have any expression on her face. To be honest, if this woman hadn't appeared here at this time, Jiang Hai would have almost thought that she was a celebrity. Because this woman was indeed quite good-looking. In terms of the aesthetics of Huaxia, she was quite good. Big slender eyes, long eyelashes, a tall nose, but not as big as a European or American, white and tender skin, plus a sharp chin. To be honest, this girl's appearance was more than 85 points in Jiang Hai's eyes. Compared with Feng Yunchen and others who relied on their looks to make a living, she was not inferior to Qili by much. She is also one of our targets. Just as Jiang Hai was about to bid for her, Azalina also spoke. Well, this time he had to bid even if he didn't want to, not to mention that Jiang Hai originally wanted to bid. At the same time, he lowered his head and looked at the woman's information. Code, Alpha Wolf 13-1, age 27, blood type O, height 171 centimeters, weight 112 pounds, measurements 88, 59, 86 cm, received training at the age of 5, graduated at the age of 16. Mission completion, 71 times A, 36 times B, 14 times C, 0 times D, 84 enemies killed. Skills, close combat, disguise, intelligence probing, assassination, vehicle proficiency, fire control proficiency, firearms proficiency, electronics proficiency, special, has a weakness, does not like to kill. C, because of this weakness. Starting price, $3 million, each bid must not be less than $50,000. Looking at the woman's information in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but secretly nod. Does not like to kill. Well, this point was actually a weakness here. However, it didn't matter to Jiang Hai. As the voice sounded, Jiang Hai also entered a number for the first time, 10 million. Yes, he bought the first alpha wolf for $10 million. This was also an alpha wolf, and it was Azalina who wanted it. If the price was too low, Jiang Hai would be embarrassed and directly bid 10 million. Anyway, it wasn't like he couldn't afford to spend that much money. Baka. Not long after the auction started, the number jumped to 10 million, and the bidder was still in room 8. On the other side, in room 17, a few yellow people couldn't help but roar, but from their words, it was obvious that these people were Japanese. At this time, in front of the leader of these Japanese people, a few women who had just won the auction were kneeling there, waiting for the leader of the Japanese people. I don't know if everyone still remembers, but room 17 was the one who bought the first web spider at the beginning. In addition to the first web spider, these people bought 11 women in the first round. Of course, they were of different categories. 6 of them were tarantulas, and they all looked like men. At this time, these 6 people were standing steadily in the distance. 3 of them were web spiders, and 2 were poison spiders. At this time, these 5 people were naked and lying in front of these men. For these women, these things were actually their daily lives. Spying for information, which place had the most information. The first was the nightclub, and the second was the green building. As a spy, using their own bodies to seduce those men to reveal their secrets was no big deal to them. Since they had been bought by these people, and the organization had already deducted the money, then at least for now, they belonged to these people. Just like Jiang Hai, it was inevitable to curry favor with these people. However, these people didn't come here just to buy some spiders. The wolves were their target, but no matter if it was a subordinate wolf, or a tail wolf, compared to the alpha wolf, they were more than one level lower. There were a total of 38 wolf teams in this organization. This meant that there were 38 alpha wolves. According to the news they received before, 12 of the 38 alpha wolves had already been divided among the country's upper echelons. Of the remaining 26, 4 had defected. Of the remaining 22, 18 were men, and only 4 were women. Therefore, these 4 wolves were also their targets. However, they didn't expect that 2 of them would be stopped by the person in room 8. $10 million wasn't a small number for these people. Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man sitting in the middle and enjoying the service. This guy was their current leader. Raise the price. Because the security of these rooms was very good, their voices couldn't be heard outside. They stared at room 8 in the distance. They didn't know who was inside. In order to avoid any conflicts between the guests or competing for power, these people in Black Orchid had made strict preparations. However, this didn't stop them from hating on Jiang Hai and the others. 11 million. Hearing this person's words, the people here hesitated for a moment before giving a price that they could bear. As for Jiang Hai, when he saw the price jump, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he casually gave a price of 12 million. It didn't matter to him if he increased the price by $1 million. He would earn it back in a few days. However, looking at Jiang Hai's number, the people here fell into deep thought again. These people from Japan were from the Yamaguchi organization. According to the exchange rate between dollars and yen, $1 was now equal to 101 yen, nearly 102 yen. Even if it was $100, $1 million was equivalent to 100 million yen. These people couldn't help but gasp at the shameless increase of 100 million yen. Although 100 million yen was nothing for the entire Yamaguchi organization, as the world's #1 gray, they had the capital to do so. But Feng Yu wanted to control the whole of Japan. Their income was high, but they spent more. Russia, which was ranked second, had about 10% of Feng Yu's annual income. Feng Yu's annual income was about 10% of Feng Yu's. $1 million was definitely not a small amount of income for them. Thinking of this, they were a little uncertain. Let's put this one down and talk about it next time. They couldn't accept spending 1.2 billion yen for a woman. After hesitating for a moment, the middle-aged man said. Then, the man nodded and gave up. As soon as the people here gave up, Jiang Hai's side directly accepted it. As the broadcast sounded, Jiang Hai accepted his fifth candidate, but this was not the last one. As time passed, after 5 or 6 people, another alpha wolf appeared on the high platform. Looking at this alpha wolf with Germanic blood, Jiang Hai smiled. 10 million. He felt that it was quite interesting to collect these alpha wolves. As the price of 10 million appeared, the other private rooms were speechless. Did he have to be so rich? $10 million at the drop of a hat. How shameless was he? For a moment, Private Room 8 really did become the public enemy, but would Jiang Hai care? Stop joking. 10 million. Asking if anyone wanted it. Finally, Private Room 17 followed suit and offered 11 million. However, Jiang Hai immediately offered 1,200. This time, Private Room 17 was scared again. Jiang Hai liked the feeling of crushing people with money. Give up. We'll fight him to the last one. Seeing Jiang Hai light up 12 million again, the middle-aged man seemed to be mentally prepared and directly said to his subordinate. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, this person also gave up. At the same time, they looked at the funds they prepared this time. They still had $21,875,000 left. Originally, they were going to use this money to buy 2 alpha wolves, but unexpectedly, 3 of them were taken away. This guy was really despicable. At the same time, this time, everyone began to pay attention to Private Room 8. Jiang Hai, who had bought 3 alpha wolves and spent more than $30 million, was very important in these people's eyes. A person who dared to spend more than $30 million to buy people was in these people's eyes. He had to have at least a few $billion, and he definitely didn't have an official background. Therefore, many people began to wonder about Jiang Hai's true identity in their minds. Jiang Hai's true identity was something that they should know. No one knew who was in this room now, but it didn't mean that no one would know in the future. At this moment, in the room, after seeing that Jiang Hai had bought 3 alpha wolves, a bush wolf, and 2 small spiders in the room, Azalina was a little worried. She was worried that Jiang Hai didn't have enough money. What should she do? Boss, do you have enough money? After hesitating for a moment, Azalina asked Jiang Hai in a low voice. Oh. You've spent enough. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai raised his head and glanced at her doubtfully, then calculated in his heart. According to Azalina, Jiang Hai's final goal was the remaining alpha wolf. But at this time, Jiang Hai really seemed to have spent most of his money. 3 alpha wolves, 10 million each, 12 million for 2, 34 million in total. The Samoan girl, 500,000, and the constantly changing girl in Jiang Hai's arms, 1 million, 35 million. Jiang Hai paid a deposit of $50 million, and he still had 14.5 million left. It seemed that the money to buy the last girl should be enough according to the previous price. But now that there was only 1 alpha wolf left, Jiang Hai felt that it was better to be safe. The deposit was very important. Glancing at the $14,500,000 in his account, Jiang Hai pressed the manual service button. Hello sir, how can I help you? After the button was pressed, it wasn't the sweet voice of the female attendant. Instead, a rough voice came out from the inside, asking Jiang Hai a question. I want to increase the deposit. Listening to this man, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Yes, we will arrange it for you right away. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the man was taken aback. Obviously, he knew how much money Jiang Hai had in his account. He paid 50 million, and now he wants to pay a deposit. It seems that Jiang Hai is going to buy all the alpha wolves. At this time, Jiang Hai also took out his wallet. On the belly of the poisonous spider in front of him, Jiang Hai wrote down a number. 20 million. This should be foolproof. Then, he handed the check to Azalina. When the person comes later, she will naturally do it. Jiang Hai still has to look at the new products. If there is something he likes, he will naturally buy it. This feeling of spending money like water is great. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.